Yeah, we're connected. What's up? I was going to be here a little bit earlier, but that bed that I flopped on for a few minutes was really comfortable. And then my daughter has a friend over and they're getting into some hijinks. So I had to address that. Now they're going to babble right by the door just to piss me off. Let's see. So I've been taking a trip down Stupid Lane, looking at things. You just every once in a while, you need a little bit of different material to look at, right? So this Lego thing has been. What? Excuse me, I have to go beat up some dogs and cats. Hold on, I'll be right back. Let's put on something. Hey, what the hell is that all about? We're in the. He's in the house. See what I mean? The kids are fucking driving the animals nuts.
Evaluated by
stop yelling. Fucking shit. That was loud. All right, let me get this all set up here. And then I'll go do the thing. Maybe they'll stop being loud on their own. That'd be great. Yeah, sounds like it died down. I just get curious as to what the hell's going on, so I want to check in on it. I shut the door. Why does it seem like I didn't? It's like super loud right there. Out on their own. All right, give me a second to get all this stuff. I opened up the window for the chat. That's the wrong fucking way to do that. A new tab. All right. And we're going to have some fun tonight. We're going to make a lame day into something good. And there's some weird shit going on. A couple of really big developments that have slipped through the cracks. I don't see a whole lot of people talking about yet. I don't go running around looking for it either. I'm not really I don't like turn on news or anything. But the stuff that we get invested in and look at very rarely is covered by the demonic child killer media. So it doesn't really matter if I go look for it or not. All right, everything's all good to go. All pistons are firing for the most part here. And the reason why I hesitated because I was trying to avoid having to stop right away in case craziness happened again, but it didn't exactly pan out that way. But if you do see right there, Mem 10 for 10% off, right? And then down here, you see, that's the SemperFryLLC.com. Today's the last day. Well, tomorrow. I might maybe I'll extend it a couple, 2-3 days. I don't know. I'll see how it goes tonight. But that's 10% off everything on the website. That's the website. Okay. Now you know. And Jesus Christ. My head hurts. This is the website right here. Wait, you're not going to see that until I do this. Bang! There we go. This is the website right here. SemperFryLLC.com. You press the button. And this is what happens. Food Star is going to be 6% off, as it will be after the 3rd, but Mem 10 is for 10% off. Take advantage of it. And you can apply that to creatine, and you can apply it to all these sauces here. Look at that. They're awesome. I'm telling you. They're amazing. People came from all over the world to try these awesome things. And they kept coming back. And they would stock up and take shit tons with them when they went back home. They would get a checked bag just to get it. Yeah. Good times. So there you go. And then there's these bundle packs that are free shipping. They don't get the discount, but they get you're saving $20+ off as it is because of the shipping, because the bundles are kind of heavy. So their shipping is a lot. Okay. And then, of course, this thing right here. Now I got to talk about this a little bit later on, but you remember this stuff. The whole last episode or two, I haven't really talked about this much. I may have mentioned it, but I didn't show it. So we're going to get into this. I'm going to show that again because it's important. I just want people to understand. Dude, I am. I don't want to think about it because it's not really a thing. Like, it doesn't bother me, but everybody else is like, oh, I, right now, am a couple months away from being 47 years old. I have looked at videos that I did 5 months ago. Like, I was looking at my old Awesome Hot Sauce videos because I don't post there very often. I got to start doing that, but I don't post that often, but I posted a video there today. And what I noticed was pretty interesting. 5-6 months ago, I did not look like this. Like, the progress is so gradual that you don't notice it. Like, I kind of noticed it in my shoulders because the rear deltoid is getting bigger and all that stuff, and traps are getting bigger and stuff like that. But I didn't realize just how much more in shape I am now than I was there. And I've just been consistent. I don't lift a lot, but I lift daily. And I do the cardio like a maniac every day. And I've been taking the 90 essential nutrients. That matters because when you have all the stuff that your body needs, the effort that you're putting into it isn't just perceived as just another negative stress. It's utilized to do good things and build your body up stronger. And at 47, almost, I'm still putting muscle on. And I never took injections of PEDs in the first place, so I didn't tank anything. I don't need any of that other stuff. So, a testament to whether or not the 90 essentials matter, they do. The minerals most certainly matter. I just had the Beyond Osteo FX. I took the IP6 Supreme today. I took the Core Copper. I took the whole multivitamin, Fulvic-Humic minerals. The only thing I'm missing right now is the EFAs, but I've been eating a lot of tuna, so I'm getting some of the omegas and plenty of protein. So, I mean, what I'm saying here, and I take the creatine that I sell every single day too, and I take a little bit of L-arginine, AAKG, which is like the instantized version. I also have the regular L-arginine and taurine. For some reason, my energy drink doesn't have taurine in it. Most of them do. And then also, what's the other one? Oh, L-citrulline. That one's a big, important one. So then you go, and it feels good. And you have the energy to do that. Start my day off before I get in the shower with the shoulder shrugs at the very least, because it works more than just because it's kind of like a dumbbell, hanging dumbbell, like a dumbbell carry, in a sense, when you're doing the shoulder shrugs, because you're holding them for as many reps as you can do, like 40 to failure with 260s. The highest I have are 60-pound dumbbells. And then I'll do a little bit of hanging curls, some butterflies. And I do that every day. I just don't go crazy with it. Some days I do more volume than others, but I just hit them every day so that they can remain stimulated, and then I'm growing. So at 47-ish, almost, yes. But when I wasn't consistently on the 90 essential nutrients, or before I was taking them like a couple years ago, and I have all my gym videos from that because I was monitoring my progress. I was thicker, even though I was still doing the cardio. Maybe my diet wasn't dialed in as much, which is I just try to stay away from sugars. And I was doing more probably lifting than now, and I was doing the cardio consistently, but I just wasn't taking the 90 essential nutrients. I was thicker skinned, and I was not as big. Like, muscle wasn't as big as it is now. Taking the 90 essential nutrients, and I'm getting healthier and stronger and more energy every day from back then. So that's a testament. That's my personal experience. Do with that what you will. Like, I take this as well. This is my creatine. And then I have the whole food multivitamin, the Core Copper, the IP6 Supreme. Like I just told you, I have the plant-derived minerals in the fridge. And then I also have the Beyond Osteo Effects, but that's kind of like doubling up the IP6 in a sense. It's the same stuff. Okay, so yeah, just thought I'd share that because it's making a difference for me, and I'm gonna let you know one way or the other if I notice it or not, and I do. So there you go. So there's that BB5, 5% off, and that's that. You know what to do. And we got a couple more Dr. Monzo's. Sorry, Dr. Glidden members from the last show too. That's good. We'll see him again tomorrow. Is today Tuesday? Yeah, I gotta remember to do that. I gotta remember to get up and do that. Yeah. Oh, and Alex, Rebecca's packaging yours up tonight and getting it out. She had just messed up schedule. She's also having a really bad, that week that happens every month. Well, hers is like 10 days, and she has like fibroids and stuff like that. So she one time had to go to the hospital because she lost so much blood. So it's never a good time for her. I tried to help. She listens to half of it, nods her head to the other half, and then does what the doctor tells her. I can't help it. I can't fix it. It's just she's going to do what she's going to do. So I try, and I continue to. But it is what it is. I care about her. I don't want to see anything bad happen to her. Let's look at some fun stuff, and then we'll jump into it. What is... Just think, Dan, you could be the next Body for Life guy, except it would work better. Right. And honestly, like all the efforts that I put in for as long as I did, and I was like, yeah, well, I'm kind of like hitting my limit, and it doesn't seem like it's going any beyond that. But then my whole frame and everything's like different now, and it's healthier looking. And the only thing that I did was I added taking the 90 essential nutrients. So when your body has what it needs, it does all the other functions that it's supposed to do that much better. And unless I actively go smoke like 3 packs of cigarettes, I don't get sick, So it's another positive. All right, let's see. Bushmaster, let's see, what do we got over here? Anybody? Nada. Anybody over here? Nada. You got 8 people watching, that's a lot. Sort of over there. Okay. I could give 2 poos about Legos, is what it says. It's the principle. The Mormon cult is getting some attention, and the right kind of attention, which is negative, and so is corporate America. What's happening in the news cycles can potentially be what it takes for people to switch their brains over to active, but time will tell. And wouldn't it be just the way, right? You tell them all these things about the absolute horrors that occur in the world and that have occurred here in America, that are occurring here in America. And it's just like, it's like bouncing off or just penetrating, going through the other side without being noticed. And you're like, what the hell is it going to take for people to be like offended, at least to be outraged? And then it's like old man, 83 years old, failing health. His son takes his $200,000 Lego Star Wars Lego collection to bricks and minifigs, and the corporate comes down and fires the franchise owners of that store after screwing with them for like months and months, and then they find out that they're not even officially like acknowledged. I guess they're not a licensed Lego distributor or anything like that. They're not like ordained by the Lego gods. So they're like, well, that's why we bought the franchise, because we thought that. And there's all kinds of things going on. So finally, corporate just comes down and says, yeah, you want to move? Get out now. And we're seizing everything in here. So basically, they weren't even allowed to sell their own business franchise to someone else. And the corporate just took them and kicked them out. And they're like, well, we have this huge set on consignment. What about that guy? What about that guy who spent his whole life, putting this together? What's going to happen with his Legos if you confiscate everything in the store? And they're like, we'll take over the consignment. And then they say that they don't do consignment, and therefore they just corporate up and stole the rest of the guy's remaining Legos from his life collection set, and the guy was like dying basically. And the son was selling the set for his dad so that he could pay for his medical bills and for college for his kids or something like that. So a bunch of people got involved. Reckless Ben, other people who have been, telling the story and all that. And it's like, that's going to be the thing, because everybody's talking about it right now. Like that's the virtue that they're going to, like, never mind they're poisoning your children. Never mind they're forcing vaccines that are going to kill you and your kids. Never mind any of that. Right. Never mind the atrocities that they do to your government does to children here and abroad at the behest of the demon cult of banking and merchants. Yeah, that's just, but fuck with the man's Legos. So then everybody starts paying attention. It's like, yeah, I guess it's good that it's happening, but I guess it's good that people are waking up. I'm gonna fucking knock this dog through the wall in a second. So here, let me put this on real quick, and then I'll be back in a moment when I detain the animal. Come on. Why the fuck is it moving like this? Dude, what the fuck? It's because, see how it's like stuck? It won't go anywhere. Fuck off. Jesus. There it goes. Alright. Let's bring it to... Getting close. There's too many of these and they're too long. But I guess I just have to go right to it. Whatever. It stopped again, but now I want to make sure it doesn't happen again. So I'm gonna go yell at somebody. I'll have to ask Rebecca who I'm supposed to yell at, and then I'll yell at them. There's too many of these, like I said, from everybody. Let's see, this might be it.
You don't care. And I know you don't care. You shouldn't care. And yet, even with that knowledge, I can't help but yap about this piece of garbage that I just watched. Passenger.
No, that's not it. All right, hold on. Oh, the Wander Franco thing is disgusting too, but I don't want to play a super long one. Jesus Christ, is there a beginning to this somewhere? Yeah, I think it's right here. I don't want to go too into a fucking 30-minute one though. Let's just do this one.
Just got up first thing in the morning, and I hop online and see that there's even more new wild information in regards to this Bricks and Minifigs Lego scandal that I've been glued to for the last 48 hours. I know I've already made 2 videos covering it because it is just developing so fast with so much insanity to it. It's hard for me to resist yapping about it. And now the former owner of the Bricks and Minifigs that kind of kicked off this entire thing, the Powder Keg, has come forward to give her side of things, and she provides some evidence that is damning to Bricks and Minifigs. This corporation is just downright evil, it seems. It's like fucking Umbrella Corps. I wouldn't be surprised if they just released a T-virus to distract us from all of their shady dealings in the Lego community. Now, real quick before diving in, I want to put something positive on your radar for anyone out there looking to upgrade their PC. At Starforge, we're doing a big memorial sale for the whole week. So if you've been looking to get a PC upgrade, now's the time. There's a link to that in the description.
Our Lego franchise and our life savings along with a giant collection inside the store, which was owned by Brian Mansell's father, was taken by Bricks and Minifigs.
And then Reckless Ben made a great documentary about it, and it has blown up.
Just to bring you up to speed on the lore, these were the two previous owners of the Bricks and Minifigs, where Brian took his father's lifelong collection of Legos, valued at roughly $200,000 worth of Legos. He brought it to this facility, this store, this Bricks and Minifigs that was owned by them. They took it on with the consignment, and then they, the owners, made the decision that they were going to be leaving the country, and thus they were going to look for a seller for it. But Bricks and Minifigs corporate came in and kind of immediately kicked them out. Came in there, gave them the titty twister, and said, "Beat it, scum. Get out of here. Get out of town. You're not welcome." And they have on video Crystal here talking about, like, hey, we have this big inventory and this consignment. What's going to happen with this? And on video, they confirm that they are going to be taking on all of that, including the consignment. They say that directly. So they were basically kicked out of their store, and they give a lot of information on that, and it seems like they were very unjustly excommunicado here from the John Wick Continental. And when Bricks and Minifigs swooped in here, these corporate zombies refused to give Brian his Legos back, and they still haven't paid for it, despite having his entire inventory and actively promoting and selling that inventory, even though, again, they haven't paid for it, and they were refusing to return it to him, even though under contract it is still Brian's Legos. They're just saying now, we don't do consignment, so that is all moot. What you've got there is nothing. But the thing is, if they don't do consignment, then how can they possibly justify keeping that inventory? It would be, I think, by all logical reasoning, stolen inventory in that case, wouldn't it? Since they didn't pay for it, and they're refusing to give it back, knowingly. So, that's the whole mess in a tight little wrinkly nutsack. And now, the former owners are coming forward to show just how deep this corruption and rot goes within this company.
A guy named Brandon Best showed up on a Thursday night and demanded the keys. They threatened us with the police and promised to do an inventory and compensate us. They said they understood there was a large collection on consignment and acknowledged they were taking that over.
Because taking on the business, he takes on all that consignment liability.
So when they informed corporate about them potentially moving, it all started to get very messy and sloppy here. So this was the security footage that I had mentioned in Reckless Ben's video that I was hesitant to show, but now coming directly from the source that gathered the security camera footage, I feel more comfortable showing it. It is very clearly in plain English. There's no riddles here. It's not, mumbo jumbo. They are saying that they are taking on the consignment liability and, that kind of stuff. It is right there. But again, if he didn't have the authority to make that decision and do that, then they should have been immediately giving Brian his Legos back when requested, because they didn't pay for it. They don't do consignment. Thus, they have no legal right to have that inventory and sell it. It would be, I think, by all definitions, stolen product that they are knowingly selling to customers, and they haven't paid for it or anything.
They told us the same thing they told Brian Mansell, that we could fight them, but they would drag it out and make it so expensive we would be putting ourselves into a whole lot of shit. Their words. Here's their executive product manager and director of operations, Kai McAllister, on the phone with us the night they took the store.
They're all Mormons, by the way. And so are the police officers in Provo, in Utah.
If we go the legal route, it's going to be a very expensive battle for you, and it's not going to be a good position for you guys to get into. That there's not a
He
whole
has
lot of
him written here. He needs to be, you know what I mean, held up by his tie.
options for you. If you want to go the legal route, it's just going to be a mess, and it's going to be expensive for you.
Yeah, so why not consider talking with us rather than leaping to this?
We jumped on the call with Crystal this morning.
And you talked with her, or you talked at her?
We talked at her. If you fight this, then you're putting yourself into a whole lot of shit. It sounds like a threat, and I can acknowledge you feeling that, because in a way it is.
I mean, we have no choice, correct?
Yes.
Sid from Toy Story here, Kai McAllister, on the phone, on the horn, directly making these threats. And again, this is the Bricks and Minifigs classic. This is their John Madden playbook, and they don't deviate from it. If you speak out against them, they will bully you into silence with litigious fucking iron fist. Or, in this case, if you look to try and get what you are entitled to, they will also threaten you with legal action. And they know that they probably wouldn't win, but they know that they have enough money to drag it out, bleed you dry, and make it extremely painful, stressful, and you would likely end up losing more money than you would ever gain from it. That is just the classic villain approach to shit. It is crazy how he's not even shy about it. In fact, he almost sounds proud. I can kind of hear like a small little boner forming in his pants. He's getting chubbed. Because he even says, I know you might perceive that as a threat. And it kinda is. Yes. Yes, it is. Like, that is Bricks and Minifigs. And like I said, their CEO literally has the cartoonishly evil mustache. He has a twirled evil mustache. This company is so fucked, it's unreal.
Notice, that's not some franchisee. That's corporate. They want to pretend they're not involved, but they've been involved every step of the way.
Of course, this was a nightmare. We were about to move and now had our life savings taken from us. We still tried, but this loss made the relocation untenable. Eventually, we were able to find a lawyer to represent us in Utah, where BAM is headquartered.
We tried to negotiate with BAM. Just as they threatened, they dragged everything out and refused to even offer a settlement.
I don't think there's a single human soul on the planet that bought the Bricks and Minifigs side of this story where they weren't involved, and this is all just the previous franchisees' dirty dealings, and they fucked it all up. It's their fault. Corporate was never involved. I think it was very clear from Reckless Ben's coverage. Corporate was very much involved here. They had their finger in the pie at all times. They were constantly in there fucking fingering it around. They were the puppet masters behind all of the degenerate, vile shit that was unfolding here in this whole Lego scandal. So hearing it from the owners, like, confirming that no, corporate's been here from the beginning, and in fact, when we tried to, legally go after them, the thing that Bricks and Minifigs said Reckless Ben needed to do it the legal way, which, again, he did do. He did win, and then they just closed the shop permanently, by the way. But they also did the same thing. They went through the legal way, but because Bricks and Minifigs has so many resources at their disposal, they can just drag it out forever and then not even make any kind of settlement offer or anything. They can just indefinitely keep fucking hurting you and wringing you out like a towel.
They've tried arguments that are so contradictory. They make no sense when put together. They claim they own the store so they can take it, and also that they never owned the store in between taking it from us and selling it to Brandon Best and Josh Johnson. It can't be both. They claim in their newest public statement that it's all our fault they took Brian Mansell's father's collection because they don't allow consignments. But they were always aware of the consignment. They promoted it when it was on the news and in the newspaper a year before they took our store, and the franchise agreement expressly allows consignment, in contradiction of their newest statement.
Yeah, to me, and keep in mind, I don't have the Sharingan of a lawyer or anything, that feels like the dagger. That feels like it is just case closed and kaput, and Bricks and Minifigs has been blowing smoke up people's asses. And most asses were closed anyway, they weren't receptive to the smoke, no one really believed it. But her sharing this, where it just does explicitly state, franchisee may also offer consignment services, and then it goes on probably to say, like, approved by, multiple parties with that kind of thing. But they do actually lay out that consignment is something that is permissible given whatever other circumstances. It seems like she didn't even break any protocol then by taking on this consignment, especially considering when they did take over the store, they also promoted the consignment. They promoted the inventory and sold it. So then now coming forward and saying, no, we don't do that, so it's all moot, it's all her fault, we did nothing wrong, is entirely fucking delusional and is just a complete fabrication and seems fraudulent. Because she's provided proof that they do allow consignment services, at least in some cases. They were aware of the inventory through the consignment. They were fucking promoting and selling it, presumably. And on that security camera footage, they even had the rep outright say they take on the consignment liability. And now they're here saying, nope, we don't do that. And again, if you don't do it, if you don't do consignment, which all evidence seems to point to you lying about that, but if you don't, then you have no right to be selling Brian's father's Legos. You have no right to that inventory. Give it back to him and pay him what you have sold. Pay him what it is worth that you have already sold from his inventory that you shouldn't even have in the first place if you don't do consignment. That is, by I believe all textbook definitions, stolen in that case, Bricks and Minifigs. Like, this is crazy. This is a very big company. It's not some like tiny little bespoke company, you know. Bricks and Minifigs is huge. They do multiple millions of dollars a year in revenue. They have so many franchise locations across the country. They are not small. And now they have run their reputation into the shitter over this here. They could have paid him the money that it was worth and what they owed him from what they were selling, or they could have given him the Legos back. They have had ample opportunity to do so to save their own ass, and they refuse to. They are digging their heels in and continuing to shit on the little guy. Brian's father's health is not the best. That is something that has been known. And this selling of the collection was already something that was very difficult for them to even do in the first place, and they went with Bricks and Minifigs because they had a positive reputation. The community were considered the gold standard, and it's become a fucking nightmare for Brian, his father, and now anyone else who gets involved. Anyone who even talks about it now has been threatened. There was another group of YouTubers that also received threatening litigation from Bricks and Minifigs. This company is just untrustworthy, it's shady, and no sensible person should be doing business with them under any circumstances based on everything that's now come to light about them. And they're still doing it. They still refuse to admit any wrongdoing. They still refuse to give Brian his father's Legos back. It is just complete insanity from this corporation. Now, of course, I have a link to the full video here from them talking about it. They also go on to state how they are still actively suing Bricks and Minifigs for everything that's happened here, and they have a GoFundMe set up, which is in the description of their video. I've got the full video in the description here if you want to go support them. They also mention that they believe that this will be helpful in Brian's case here, because if they win that lawsuit, they obviously will put in the $200,000, the value of Brian's father's collection, in damages in their lawsuit, because that is a big part of their damages. So if they do win that lawsuit, that will obviously help get Brian the compensation that he is entitled to from Bricks and Minifigs coming in here and face fucking him. So overall, just a complete mess, and even more new information about just how untrustworthy Bricks and Minifigs is. It is seemingly a complete disaster of a company that is just ruthless, like genuinely cutthroat. And again, all over Legos, by the way. It's just, and we still haven't even gotten to part 2 of Reckless Ben's coverage of it, where apparently he did go to jail for his coverage of Bricks and Minifigs. So it's an unreal rabbit hole I would have never expected from a story like this, and I've just been glued to it. So yeah, I had to blabber about it some more. That's really about it. So yeah.
All right. So there's a shit ton. I just want to show you this real quick, because if anybody actually cares about this. This dude, I don't know what the hell's up with the stupid flag. Is he doing it because he's a flaming homo, or is it because he's supportive of child predators? I don't know what the case may be, but his breakdown of this that I listened to while I was on the elliptical yesterday is actually pretty good, because it's coming from he's a copyright attorney, but he knows his stuff, and it's a good breakdown. I kept staring at this fucking thing in the corner and getting more and more angry as I was watching it, though. So I'm not sure if I want to subject you to that. Let me see. Let's go to. I just want to show you my history so you can see, even when I just go on YouTube, chances are there's going to be one about right there. I exposed Bricks and Minifigs with a $1,000 minifigure. That's a whole separate issue. But Bricks and Minifigs suck. It's everywhere. You can't go too far. Oh, there's an is. Now he was on with the civil rights lawyer. But I think if anybody's actually caring about this story, and it's interesting, as much as this sucks, if I was gonna play this, I was gonna try to put an image up in there in the corner just to block that so it doesn't just, you know what I mean? Because his information is something that no one else is discussing. And I haven't seen all of the civil rights lawyers part 1 with Ben Schneider here, which again, Schneider most likely with the beady eyes close together and a giant nose. I think we already know what's going on there. Probably doubt it's German. Just saying. but he actually is doing something good here, even though he's a goofball because he's a YouTuber. So he's doing goofball shit in between. And let's go ahead and go into the history here because I'll show you, because I watched a bunch of these. And I'll tell you the good ones here. So this is the Brixie Minifigs attempting to take down Reckless Ben's Patreon on a really ridiculously evil cease and desist type thing. Free speech limiter before everything even goes to trial to determine whether or not there was any defamation in the first place, or whether or not it's just speaking the facts. They're trying to do a gag on it ahead of time. And the Patreon, who's also this dude right here, is also a fag. You can tell. So it's like, keep on running into that. I guess it's because it's June. But he basically tells them to shove it. Tells Bricks and Minifigs to shove it. Instagram got hacked, apparently. I hate Asmongold. Speaking of BDIs, too close together. Speaking of BDIs too close together, this is Asmongold. His I didn't look at this. I just noticed that he had something up there, so I clicked on it just to maybe save it for later. But this guy is really good too. This Duck Bricks guy, he's like a founder of a tech startup, and he said he was working with like $5 million last year. So this isn't his only thing. And he's actually a really smart kid. And his take, like a lot of people's take, is based on what they've been told without actually knowing the legalities of the things. I think when you get into, although he has that stupid flag up there, when you get into this one, you start to really understand the finer details, and it starts to make more sense, kind of, or it just, there's new elements on the table to consider. His kind of sucked, but it's somewhere in a Gamer Mudahar there, so of course it's gonna suck a little. I didn't watch that one. Oh yeah, and then here's the deal. This is Brian from High Impact Flicks and Vlogs and all that shit. This one is decent, sorta. And then this one right here, he came back and did this one when the police chief, who talks like he's the soft-spoken man, very soft-spoken. He goes through his stupid dissertation and basically lies about a bunch of shit. And then you have, these are all too long. I got arrested because of Legos, 41 minutes long. This is something for you to look at if you're interested, because if I do it, it's going to be the whole video and it's going to be 6 hours long, and it's all only going to be about that one topic. So let's not do that. Let's not do that. But what I would like to do is I'd like to jump into this one. I think I already have it up here. So I can't show you what I was about to show you, but it's on the thumbnail. So I can show you that. It says locked end of 3D printed guns. So this one's a pistol caliber. It's a 9mm lower receiver. So it's like an AR9, I guess you could call it. Some people call it that. And then there's the traditional 223-556 lower receiver here. These are the 80%ers. And there used to be lots of companies out there that would offer these, not just Polymer 80. There's one called Tennessee Arms. They're all gone now. They used to be there. Tennessee Arms Company. TN Arms Co. Ready? Ready? Oh, wait. Maybe it was just down for a little bit. Oh, it's up again. Oh, shit. When I went there last time, it was gone. Well, that's cool. So yeah, 80% AR9. Let's see what happens when you try to get to it, though. Will let you buy it? Oh, no. See? You can't buy it. It's just pictures. Maybe they're being hopeful that someday it'll come back, because see, there's nothing to click here to buy it. I wonder if they even let you sell it. You can't even buy the parts. Oh yeah, so you can buy the parts. Those you can click. Those you can click. That's about all they got up here now. That's a laser. Laser engraving, I should say. So if you have stuff, you can send it to them. Wait, you can get the both receivers. So what the hell? Oh, these are. Oh, I know why. Because these are already fully milled out, so they're already going to have a serial. So that's why they can sell those. They can't do the 80%ers. I would match the colors at least. What the hell? With the pistol grip. And see these ones. Can you get them? Oh, maybe they were just out of the other ones. Let's see. $48.99 for for a 308. That's not bad. Get gray or that color. Let's see. Does it let you? Oh, yeah, it does. I don't actually want 3 or any, but I was just looking. So you can still get these apparently. The last time I was on here was just like a month ago. The whole site was shut down. You couldn't even get down here to look at it. There you go. So it is still around. They're a pretty good price. And then if you have a drill press or a router, you can finish them off. Just saying. Then you go to what's it called? AZFRT. Let's see. Yeah, Arizona regulator. And you grab yourself one of these for the forced reset trigger. Or don't. I'm just saying, it's out there. So let's have a look at what they're going to do with 3D printers. Let's take a look at the chat first, though. Urbot says, Irva88 says, "Hail victory." And he goes like that. And then Bushmaster seconds that. Edward Snowman, thank you for being a producer of the Ballbusters broadcaster. Very, very, very greatly appreciated. Same with you, Bushmaster. He says, "See you all in the morning, 1488 white power." Good for you, sir. I appreciate it. Good night. I know I started late again. Wasn't the attempt, but when I was ready to sit down like an hour or two ago, it was too much chaos, and I had to hold off. So that was what that was all about. I was planning on going on a lot earlier, actually. Just it wasn't in the cards today. Tomorrow I will have Dr. Glidden on, and then maybe I'll just jump on again right after and do something. That way it's earlier in the day. I want to look at this because after seeing this dude's coverage, I need to pair that with this to make sure that all details are being transferred over to the civil rights lawyer before he starts making too many suggestions, recommendations, or giving advice. I think the whole thing needs to be examined because he did do stupid things. He talked too much to the police officers, which is something that Brian from he did all the people he was with, and he was with, and that he himself did. They just they over-explained and over-shared with the Mormon crackdown police that were there to basically run him out of town however way they could. It wasn't about justice or anything like that. That's not what cops do, and they're all Mormon. So, let's go over here real quick. Boom. The civil rights lawyer is cool. Hell yeah, he is John Wilkes Booth. And I think we got that all covered. Let's go. Let's have a look at this because, Lewis here understands the ins and outs of things pretty good. And when other people are focused on the wrong thing because that's the thing they want you to focus on while they're fucking other things over, he catches, well, wait a minute. They're claiming it's to do this. Just like the whole thing, like, this is to stop CSAM. Like, no, this is to make everybody a digital slave, digital prisoner who has to indulge their ID online in order to be able to utilize anything and to be part of the society. That's bullshit, especially when you already know all this information. It's a consent compliance. It's like signing a contract. That's what the digital ID is really about. It's like you're signing the contract. You're signing yourself over to hell. So they want you to do that step, and they're going to tell you it's because of this. Oh, it's age verification. No, it's you're bringing yourself into you're crossing a line you can't go back on. And the devil is the contracts. Remember, it's always the devil that's always shown. Give the contract for your soul. Who's that represent? His minions, the merchants, the cutthroats and bandits, the thieves on the road. You know who I'm talking about. The child killing cult. They are all about the contracts. Terms of service, if you prefer to call it that these days.
Opinion is not just a threat to manufacturing in the United States, it's also a threat to the concept of open source software existing. New York just proposed a bill recently that, in my opinion, is not just a threat to manufacturing in the United States, it's also a threat to the concept of open source software existing as a whole. It actually helps move us in the opposite direction of what I want on this channel, which is where the devices and the things that we rely on every day don't have to connect to the internet in order to work. This would essentially do the exact opposite. It's taken me a while to do this video because there's many things that have to be explained, and each section is going to build on the previous section, and it's very difficult to figure out what order do I put everything in so that I don't lose people along the way. So let's talk about this law that was proposed in New York State. This did not go through the standard legislative process. This was passed via a budget initiative so that it would not have to get debated on the floor. Keeping New Yorkers safe. Governor Hochul signs legislation to strengthen public safety and make our streets and subways safer. This is going to crack down on the scourge of illegally 3D printed ghost guns and do-it-yourself machine guns.
So the thing is, there's nothing illegal about that. And calling them ghost guns simply because they are trying to register everything against the Second Amendment. So this is the most constitutional way that you can actually possess a firearm to defend yourself from tyranny and their little shitbags that they keep on letting into the country and letting out of jail after they kill and rape and kill somebody. Is to have this, because that way the government body, the unlawful, unconstitutional ATF and others can't make you defenseless when they send these pieces of shit out to have you killed. The only way to protect that right is to have something that they don't know about. 3D printed ghost gun, the ghost my ass. It's just so stupid. It's just Why did we have to tell we're not children, but we are treated like prisoners. We're treated like slaves. And we're treated like children. Don't ask permission and they can't say no because they don't. Who the fuck are they to make you ask them permission in the first place? These people are absolute retards. Retards. And just because they have a position with a title, they somehow have authority and dominance over you. Do you realize how ridiculous this system is? Do you realize how artificial this chewed up fucking place is? Our founders would not have put up with this. There would already have been a complete overhaul of these POSs. We think blacksmiths were freaking registering. No. They're putting serial numbers on shit. Come on. And back in the day? No, they were not. This is the most natural way to own and have something. DIY machines. This is how stupid these people are to even mention that. Like a forced reset is a way of getting around the bullshit. They even say a shoelace because you can mess around with, or these other little things that you can buy that can hold things open when you can. It's like a little kit you can kind of put. It's like you punch it out. That can make something that's not automatic into an automatic. But it's like, why are we limited again anyway? Because number one, you can't aim for shit with something that fires that fast. It's just the way it goes because it's constantly going that way. But also, if they can have it, why don't they want us to have it? Because we're the enemy. We're the target. They don't want us to be able to defend ourselves appropriately and efficiently. That's why.
Which, okay, sounds great. So people can't just randomly make guns and go around and kill people. Great.
Well, who does that though? Do you think your common freaking thug who gets shit handed to them by the very dark forces in our quote unquote government in the first place to have them drugged up and gunned up, fully armed to go out and wreak havoc? Do you think they're getting them from a 3D printer? Do you think these retards would even know how to put one together? Do you think that's who this stops? Or do you think it's the people who know damn well that their safety is being threatened, and the only way they're going to be able to defend their own family? You get it, right?
We just fixed everything now, right? No, I'm going to try to drill down into the specifics of why this is one of the worst laws that I've ever seen. Let's read the definition. Three-dimensional printers. No person, firm, partnership, or association or corporation shall sell or deliver any three-dimensional printer in the state of New York unless such printer is equipped with blocking technology. As used in this section, the terms three-dimensional printer and blocking technology shall have the meaning of, let's just scroll to that. Three-dimensional printer means any machine capable of rendering a three-dimensional object from a digital design file using additive manufacturing, or any machine capable of making three-dimensional modifications to an object from a digital design file using subtractive manufacturing. Well, what does that apply to? Are we talking about a build that deals with 3D printers, or are we talking about manufacturing as a whole? See, one of the things that is very important to understand here, and why I'm not going to be getting into the discussion or the debate about gun control in this video, is that talking about gun control while having this conversation is, in my opinion, accepting the premise of assholes. And I'm not saying that people who are for or against gun control.
What he means by that is the same thing I was saying about flock cameras being license plate readers. It's like, no, it's a fucking camera. If you keep calling it a license plate reader, you're accepting the premise of assholes who want you to focus on this narrow aspect of the entire whole picture here, which is, they're guns. They are audio recorders that sense gunshots. No, they're microphones that pick up everything. They're hearing everything. They're not just, they're triggered and turned on by the sound of a gunshot. It would have to be sensing and monitoring something to know that when to turn itself on, if that were the case. It has to be constantly doing something in order for that to be, captured in the first place. So it's a stupid thing to say that, it's just triggered by that one sound. So there's lots of things can make a sound that sounds like that. So does it have a bunch of false readouts or what? Or is this just a bunch of bullshit? Just like saying something is a license plate reader. No, it's a camera. Like so what's the purpose of the pan tilt zoom then? Is the pan tilt zoom just looking for on the sidewalk and through the parking lot and the playground, or is that an actual camera? The contours.
Or assholes. I'm saying that this is not a gun control bill. This is a manufacturing control bill. So the moment that you start arguing back and forth on whether gun control is good or bad, whether this is a good form of gun control, you are now having the wrong argument. You have essentially conceded that to your adversary that this is a gun control bill when it is not. This is a manufacturing control bill. Let's talk about everything that we could consider covered under their definition of the law. We're not just talking about your standard Doodoo Labs 3D printer that has a burning thermistor 3 or 6 months in that you could buy on Amazon for $300. We're not talking about that. We are talking about resin printers like what you find in dentistry and jewelry, industrial metal printers like what you see in automotive and aerospace, bio printers, commercial food printers, large-scale concrete construction printers, CNC lathes, CNC mills and routers, laser cutters and engravers, CNC plasma and water jet cutters. That's a fuck
Wait,
ton
what the hell is a commercial food printer? What the fuck? What is that?
more than just a Bamboo Labs 3D printer. Now, what is blocking technology? Hardware, software, firmware, or other integrated technological measures capable of ensuring a three-dimensional printer will not proceed to print any print job unless the underlying three-dimensional printing file has been evaluated by a firearms blueprint detection algorithm and determined to not be printing a file that will produce a firearm or illegal firearm parts. Firearms blueprint detection algorithm means a software service that evaluates three-dimensional printing files, whether in the form of stereolithography files or other computer-aided design files or geometric code, to determine if they can be used to program a three-dimensional printer to produce a firearm or other illegal firearm parts, and flag any such files to prevent
I think
their
you shouldn't say stereolithography.
use for manufacture said firearm or firearm parts, aka spyware. Something has to run on the printer that can see what it is you're doing with the printer. Now, if we're talking about checking this against the database, databases are always updated, which means that now in order for your printer to print, you have a printer that has to connect to the internet. But we're not just talking about a 3D printer. We're talking about resin printers, common in dentistry, jewelry, industrial metal printers, common in automotive and aerospace, bioprinters, everything else that I just explained. Every single part of our manufacturing base is now going to have spyware in it that connects to the internet that can stop it from printing if the spyware thinks that you want to print a gun. Keyword thinks. Why is this so difficult? This is difficult because a 3D printed gun has never killed anybody, at least to my knowledge. Now, I know what you're thinking right here. I know you're probably going to stop in the video. Lewis, no. The healthcare CEO, Diane Thompson, was killed by a 3D print. No, he was not. He was killed by a gun that included 3D printed components. And I know that that seems like an actually, but it is not. That is not how this works. You are not buying a $300 Doodoo Labs 3D printer, downloading a file and hitting Control P and getting a gun. That's not how it works. You need an understanding of what 3D printing can and cannot make. I am not a firearms enthusiast or a 3D printing enthusiast, so I was ignorant, like many people who may be watching this video who think you just download a file, you hit Control P, and then your 3D printer magically just comes out with a gun that you can shoot people with. And that's not the way it works at all. These guns are going to require metal parts in order to work properly, and I've gone over and I've taken pictures of a bunch of these parts and put them on this wiki article on my user space page that you can see down below. An AR-15 upper receiver, which houses the bolt and carrier group, a bolt carrier, a barrel, an action spring. There's a bunch of different parts. And if we're talking about Luigi Mangione's, allegedly, gun that was used to kill Brian Thompson, one important thing to understand is that if you want to build that gun, you are not just going to hit Control P on a 3D printer and be able to get it. This is a journalist that tried to put together a 3D printed gun, and what he found, and what I'm going to show you, is that this is not as simple as, oh, look, I'm just going to hit Control P on the gun.
We ordered
I guess I'm smarter than all these people then. I mean, what am I saying? I was just kidding.
everything we needed. A 3D printer,
3D
plastic
printer?
filaments, and household products
Filaments?
like epoxy were all just a few clicks away on sites like Lowe's or Amazon. And the more specialized components were available on sites that sell gun parts, just not the gun.
All of these parts that you're looking at over here, these are all parts that they are purchasing from sites that sell gun parts. You are not 3D printing a gun. You are 3D printing individual pieces for a gun. The pressure-bearing parts
Right,
were
the low receiver that they serialize. That's the only part that you're trying to 3D print so that you're not registered. Simple.
ordered as
Because
finished
it's none of their fucking business what you own.
metal components. The slide and the barrel sitting on the table in front of us, the very gun-like components that actually hold the round and contain the explosive forces that propel a bullet. All of these pieces are pieces that are bought separately. Why is that important? Well, we're not printing a gun, we're printing parts to a gun, and this needs to detect the parts of the gun. Well, let's take a look at what these parts look like. On the left is a suppressor, the part that makes the gun make less noise. On the right is a Tesla valve, designed as a one-way fluid conduit. Do you notice anything about the appearance of these two items? This is a piece on a Glock pistol. This is a camera flash and accessory shoe that you use to attach a flash to a camera. On the left is a suppressor, otherwise known as a silencer in the movies. On the right is a flashlight. On the left is a stripped AR-15 lower receiver. On the right is a 3D printed case to a Raspberry Pi computer. On the left is a pistol grip. On the right is a cordless drill. On the left is a Glock 17 pistol. On the right is a barcode scanner. The closest the thing on the right gets to killing me is when they use this at H-E-B to scan my groceries post-Iran war. In all seriousness, we're not talking about 3D printing a gun. We're talking about 3D printing the individual parts of a gun. And I could go on forever here if I wanted to, and I'm sure that you guys in the audience will continue to edit this article with as many silly and ridiculous examples as you want. When you ask an AI a question and it gets something wrong, when YouTube puts a copyright claim on something that should not have a copyright claim on it, that is because of random algorithms trying to detect shit. Can you imagine if our entire manufacturing capacity as a country were to go into the shitter because the spyware inside of the printer thought that I was trying to make a part to a gun because I was printing a cylinder or a grip or a camera flash mount? This is bad. The law references STL files. An STL file is only a list of coordinates for the triangles that tile an object's surface. Moving a single vertex...
What about, here's the other element of this. If they have their own spyware on there, and you're trying to innovate a new product, you're creating a prototype, they're spying in on your operation so that you can't build something without their knowledge. And we know how these pieces of shit work. If it's worth something, they will be quick to patent it before you have an opportunity to. They can even patent after the fact because they have the force of the demon freaking machine behind them. And then the corporate will steal from the little guy who's actually the innovator. So if they have their spyware on your devices that are helping you build parts for something that you're trying to innovate or create from the beginning out of whole cloth, if they see a potential there for themselves, they'll take it. If they see a potential danger to something that would make efficiency of what you're creating put them in a bad spot as far as what they're offering that they want the people to have and have to deal with, even though it's inefficient, falls apart, it has to be renewed, that type of shit. And you build something that's stronger, better, and more efficient, they're not going to let that go either. This is bigger than just a lower receiver.
By a thousandth of a millimeter, or remeshing the surface so it carries one fewer triangle, is going to rewrite the file and change its fingerprint, while leaving the printed object identical to the hand and to a set of calipers. A library of fingerprints, the form that the statute's directive to store scans of seized firearms most often takes, matches only the files that it has already recorded, byte for byte. Feature matching against the template is harder to evade than a raw fingerprint, but it reduces to measuring a shape against the reference, which returns us to our central problem. The reference shapes are shared with benign parts. Because file fingerprinting is brittle, a scanner could instead read the G-code the slicer produces. G-code is not a model, it's a list of the motor moves that it's going to make, the tool path that the printhead follows layer by layer. But the same receiver yields different G-code when it's rotated on the build plate. So let's say I am trying to print this. Let's say instead of print this, I'm printing this.
Now it looks like a mag.
You get what I'm going here, right? Like, the G-code is not going to help you very much here, because I could just take the item out of the 3D printer. Instead of printing like this, it prints like this. Like, this is all silly. But let's say all that stuff worked just fine. Let's say that none of these are actual issues. Restricted geometry is a set of voids and features assembled into one shape, and a constructive solid geometry lets a builder take it apart. An AR-15 lower can be divided into the magazine well, the fire control pocket, and the buffer and grip mount, each saved as its own file, printed on separate days and then bolted or solvent welded together. Each file on its own is a plain box or block that no per-file scan recognizes as part of a firearm. To catch this, a scanner would have to track a user's whole print history and predict how separate shapes assemble in the physical world, which the per-file check the statute describes do not do. Easy way to fix that, right? Instead of just checking what you're printing against a database, what if we just track your behavior while you're using the printer? You see the problem. Well, in order to do that, we can't just check against the local database. We would have
then we'll check. Yeah, because of the metadata, right? Oh, and what sites did you visit, and what stores did you purchase things in the time that you were 3D printing this stuff? Did you go to the local firearm store for any parts? Did you order anything online from it? Yeah. Oh, okay.
to have the thing connect to the internet and also track a database of everything you print on a regular basis, even if it's not a firearm. This is not gun control. It has nothing to do with gun control. It's manufacturing control. And that's what it should be called. Let's say that all this tracking shit worked, right? Let's hypothetically say in some fantasy land that you're not dealing with a clanker that hallucinates, that gets shit wrong like this, or any millions of examples I'm sure you've experienced when dealing with AI. Let's say that you're dealing with an algorithm that actually works. This still is not possible and makes absolutely no sense. The 3D printing world is based on open source tools and open source software. The slicer, the thing that takes the picture on your screen and then turns it into something the 3D printer can actually make, all of this is based on open source software. Open source software means that the source code is available for you to see and that you can modify it and change it as you wish. So all of the stuff that this is all built upon is based on software that anybody can look at. So if you were to write a restriction into this software, you could just edit it out immediately. I'll give you an example of open source software here. I have a terminal. I love my terminal. There are many like it, but this one is mine. This is my terminal. I use XFCE terminal. Now the XFCE terminal has its source code online. And one of the features that I wanted on mine is I wanted the ability to rename things. So I can actually go over here and say, and I can rename my terminal tabs over here. Each of these tabs can be named. This is not a feature or functionality that was included with the program, but I'm able to add that because the publishers of this software make it available publicly. I'm allowed to modify and redistribute this software however I want. And I did. I added a feature to the software that allows me to rename the tabs in my terminal. One of the rules of this is that if I make any modifications to software that's licensed like this, I then have to make them available to all of you. So if any of these 3D printer companies decided to put restrictions in there or spyware that says you're not printing unless it matches this database, I as the end user could simply edit that right out of the source code immediately, and then I just go back to having a 3D printer that doesn't have any of this bullshit in it. How do you solve that problem? You just stop enforcing open source licenses altogether, which is essentially the death of open source. You already have 3D printers that are going in this direction. Cruelty is going in this direction. They're violating the GPL. Doodoo Studio is violating the GPL. Many 3D printing companies right now are not releasing the full source code for their software, even though their software is based on open source software. And that's a problem. If any of these companies were to actually close down their software in that way and not release the full code to the public that allows you to just remove any of those restrictions, they would get in trouble legally. And this has actually happened. As I write in the wiki, the source disclosure rule has been enforced against printer makers by name. In August 2018, after Cruelty shipped its CR10 line with the GPL v3 firmware Marlin and did not release the corresponding source, US distributor Printed Solid publicly stopped selling Cruelty machines over the violation. The fights continued with Cython compiled binary modules shipped inside GPL v3 Clipper environment and so on and so forth. Now, the problem that exists right now with open source software is that if somebody hits you, you could call 911. If somebody steals from you, you call 911. If somebody releases a fork of open source software but doesn't provide you with the source for the binary blobs, that's like, what do you do? Call 911, 611, 311. There's nobody you call for that. You call your own lawyer and you pay $1,200 an hour and you wait 3 to 6 years in court to get any result. That sucks. Our legal system is already like carrying a boulder up a hill by yourself to get any sort of violations of open source licenses prosecuted and to have the companies held accountable. Now, if you're saying that there needs to be proprietary tracking code inside of this that users can't get around, you're essentially incentivizing every 3D printer manufacturer to break these laws that are already not being enforced very well, because there are other laws that suggest they do that. Or what they could do is they could just rebuild the entire stack from scratch, which most of them are not going to do. They're going to pull out of those markets. Bamboo is not going to recreate this stuff from scratch. Prusa and Cruelty, they're not going to create their own slicers from scratch, not using any GPL license code whatsoever. You're talking about having to rebuild software that has been worked on for 5 or 10 years from scratch and make something that's better immediately, just so that you could sell in one state. That's not realistic. But let's say it was. You have now killed the open source ecosystem for 3D printers. And one of the great things about having open source software is that manufacturers can't make it shittier. When I talk about a thermostat that becomes a subscription or an exercise bike that you can't use other apps on anymore because the manufacturer sent out a firmware update, that's only possible because the source code is closed source. If it was open source, you wouldn't be allowed to do that. Just like I edited my terminal software so that I'm allowed to rename my tabs, open source software locks a company out of the ability to make it shittier, because any programmer that can see the source code can just remove the parts that they've made shittier over time. You are now encouraging the ecosystem to move in this closed source direction, which means more enshittification, more subscriptions, more limitations added on over time, more, oh, I see you've printed 10 items today. If you want to go over your item quota of 10, you need to pay me 99 cents a month. But that wasn't in the original terms. Well, it is now. That's what happens when you have closed source firmware and you require the device to connect to the internet. You are taking an inherently open ecosystem and you are not only encouraging it to be enshittified, you are legally mandating that it become enshittified. And you're giving every single manufacturer the pretense to do so. We have to do that because of safety and security and to comply with this law. We don't want to lock down our platform. We don't want to break AGPL licensing. But Governor Hochul told us to. Forget about 3D printing and enshittification for a moment. You are codifying enshittification into the fucking law. The entire thing that I focus on this channel. It's not 3D printing and it's not guns. It's when you buy something, you own it. It is yours. If I want to use this silicon dust HD home run tuner that I bought 20 fucking years ago so that I could record full HD copies of 24 because I did not want to watch Jack Bauer kill terrorists in 480i. Do I look like a peasant? I wanted my 720p and 9 megabit per second MPEG-2 from Fox. If I want to use this thing, I can still use this without connecting it to the internet. To this day, it will still work. That's the way devices are supposed to be. That's what I advocate for here on this channel every single day. Less digital locks, less digital restrictions. Because when a company says that you need to connect to the internet in order to use your device, that company owns the device, not you. New York State is codifying into the law that you don't own what you bought and paid for. The manufacturer will always have a hand in your device, and they've given them a pretense to be able to say, we didn't want to do this to make things shittier, we just want to do it to make things safer because we have to. And if you think that they're going to change the way they do things just for that market, fuck no. Many of these companies that have open source stuff, they want to close down their ecosystem. Bamboo wants to close down their ecosystem. Cruelty wants to close down their ecosystem. These companies can't wait to enshittify and make things more proprietary. And they want to do that in many more markets than New York. If they do that in one market, it's just like right to repair. I always talk about this with the right to repair. You're not going to get to a point where you can have a schematic in Dallas, but you're not going to have a schematic in Austin. That's not how any of this stuff works in the modern age. And the same is true here. You're not going to have an enshittified printer in New York. Many of these companies are going to use that as a pretext to sell enshittified printers everywhere. I'm sorry, Ms. Hochul. I know that we're not complying with AGPL and GPL licenses, but we did it to follow your law. Can you tell that prosecutor to give us a break? Can you tell that judge to leave us alone? You're destroying the concept of open source software. And above all, you're putting spyware inside of your entire fucking manufacturing chain. This is a major self-own, and these bills are getting pushed around the country. Now, I know what you're thinking. I'm just telling you how bad it is. What can you do to push back against it? That's an excellent fucking question. And I have put that on the Consumer Rights Wiki, and I have it all here for anybody who is actually interested. The whole mandate hinges on one factual question the statute holds to a working group, whether geometry scanning can be made to work. One infeasibility finding under Executive Law Section 837 AA stops the rulemaking, and the printer sales requirement never takes effect. The highest leverage thing you can do is put solid technical evidence that scanning cannot work in front of that working group, and I give you all of the details of exactly how to do that over here. I give you links to click. I've tried to make it as easy as humanly possible. For the love of God, please do me a favor and read them, and don't email me asking how to do it. I get like 300 to 600 emails a day. Man, I need you guys to just figure this stuff out. If you want to live in a society where every single piece of manufacturing hardware does not have spyware built into it, if you want to live in a society where companies are not having their arm twisted to go closed source with everything, if you want to have any freedom over what you bought and paid for, help out. I would do this. I don't live in New York anymore, and something tells me after the video series I've done on them, they don't really give a fuck about my opinion one way or the other. But if you do live in New York, it would be great if you could reach out to your legislators. This has to be beat. If it doesn't, then we really are going to be living in a world where I want to 3D print a camera flash and my printer connects to the internet. The clanker inside of it says, I'm sorry, I think that is a gun. For the same reason that Gemini says, I'm sorry, you told me to do something? I did not actually do any of it. I just lied to you. Fuck that. That's it for today. And as always, I hope you learned something. I'll see you in the next video. Bye now.
We're going back into...
Yeah. So speaking of Gemini being a piece of shit, the reason why the thumbnail looks so dumb today, I mean, I kind of made two that I wasn't too happy with, so I just kind of slapped them both together, and I said, your test results came back retarded. What am I going to do? They weren't the greatest. But, yeah, so there's a couple, actually, let me see if I can get into my Gmail, see if I can remember what these were about. I had a couple, where'd they go? Man, I'll have to look at those a little bit closer if I use those. Yeah, Gemini's a piece of shit, but yeah, every once in a while you get something good out of it, but it's usually by accident. I will add images that I want it to use to create something. I'll say, just give it a background and put this stuff in and give it this name, and they'll change the fucking picture. I'm like, what are you doing? I gave you the picture for a specific reason, not just to muse off of it. No, use the picture that I handed you. I mean, it's whatever. Someday, I guarantee you, it's there just to distract you and piss you off. Like that is its main purpose and goal. It's just to make you angry. Edward Summit says, Flock is the most gentle camera for a baby. If you cared about babies, you would choose Flock. Bushmaster says, you don't need a 3D printer, just basic hand tools. The Filipinos have been doing it for years. That's correct. Yep. They were calling him Ghost. That's where the term came from originally. Yeah, they really mold these things in or they like pour these things in like some sort of like dirt mold, firing them up like it looks like a freaking, tent village, and then they sell these things. And if they get caught, they get killed. Like that's like the punishment there. But they're so damn poor that it's worth the risk, I guess. These people riding their bicycles with no shoes on their feet, and they've got this in a little satchel backpack. No, this is more sophisticated than the shit I saw them do. Unless that was all just one big fraud that they were trying to pawn off on like some CNN report or something. I don't remember what it was, but they were showing the Philippine gun making industry, and it's like one guy, and he's building a fire with wood outside around, and he's like, this is his whole operation here. Like this one actually has a sign, so it's got to be more official than the ones that they said you'll get killed if you try to do it. Do you think they put a lot of pride in their work? I think they have to, otherwise they get like whipped or something. When assembling rifles, how do you think they have that thing? Do you think they have that thing tapped right? I don't know. Hey, Jimmy, come over here. I need to see if this works. Is that what they consider range tested?
Sa ngayon, okay na. Kasi hindi na kami
Doesn't really help without subtitles.
Kami kinakabahan kasi hindi namin alam kung ano ngayon kasi illegal namin.
This is gonna sound simple.
Ito, meron tong double lock eh.
Maybe it will change a bit, no? But it cannot totally eradicate the illegal business here.
mapupuntahang
Yeah, again,
tiis lang kami dito.
it's a whole lot easier when you can understand what the fuck they're saying. Well, they're definitely smart enough to do that, so that's good. I haven't seen them. I didn't see them assemble any kind of rifle and see, like, get the barrel on right and all that shit. But let's see. Let's see. Check out the videos about the Pakistani gun markets. They might not know their ABCs, but they can copy anything. As long as they don't use animal feces for Loctite, I'm okay with it. It could also help them play whack-a-mole with anti-Satanists and the noticers. It could detect any swastikas, totenkopfs, and crucifixes. Yeah. You were 3D printing a Quran, weren't you, sir? What? I was banned from the chat for defending Julian Wood. Who was defended? Who was banned from what chat? And who's Julian Wood? And who's this Cheryl? Who's Julian Wood? I can see you, so how you banned from a chat? Dan Simmons says, I am late again as usual. It says LOL, but I always think of it as like the ball in the hole into the tin cup in golf, because you have or you're trapped in a well and you're the little ball inside, and the two sides of the wall is like you're stuck in a well. I'm sure there's some sort of demonic symbolism that they made people start doing LOL, convince them to use that. Sorry, Ballbusters, I won't drag this. I'm not sure what you're talking about, man. Who did what to Woo? Who's Julian Wood? If you're expecting me to remember something from one day to the next, you're talking to the wrong guy. Bill the Butcher, lifeguard, what's up? All right. Yeah, let's play a little bit of... All right, I hold on. Let's do some of this. There's a couple fun ones in here. There's a couple other things that are probably more important, and then maybe we'll jump back into the other material. And in between, just understand, I got things going on here, so I might jump up for a second and check on it. Yeah. Feral Farm Kids. This has just made me happy. That's funny.
What is in there?
My fish. You want me to grab one?
Yeah. Oh my god, there's more than one!
Yeah.
What do you have? Frogs?
I told many.
Get up, Bubba!
I'm trying!
Get up!
You know what you're doing right now? You're pissing me off. You have eggs, please? Hey, buddy! Buddy! Why are your chickens so funny?
Why?
Because... This way. Now turn in here. You did it. Right? I want to get hungry!
Let's go.
What are you doing?
You saved him from having to eat Africans his whole life. He's very happy. It's like you want to kill him, but then you have to eat him, and it's like, All right, now we're gonna get into the. Let me make sure there's no more nice, friendly ones here first before we do that. What the hell?
Have a go at the size of this bloke. This is Kraken. He's just been out for his morning walk, and he gets out every single morning.
How many dogs are missing in the neighborhood now that you took him out for a morning walk?
Hop up for a stroll around our main park area. Have a go at the size of him, and look, he's harness trained. So now he's back in the enclosure. We take his harness off. We started conditioning him to wear a harness when he was literally a year old. He used to sit on my shoulders. That big. He's literally just sit across there.
Yeah, let him bite you with his saliva so that you start rotting and then you die, like they do with the freaking water, whatever the hell those things are. I forgot what those animals are called. You know what I'm saying? They look like a giant buffalo or like a big cow. You've seen the videos. All it takes is a little snap, and the saliva is poisonous, and then the injury isn't all that severe, but then the next day the freaking animal, the 500-pound animal just drops dead, and this guy was just hanging around waiting the whole time, then he eats him. Him and his buddies start tearing him apart.
He's like over 2.5 meters long and over 70 kilo weight. He is an absolute unit, and we love him.
Dangerous animal. Warning. Yeah. Is he a Goldberg or a Steen? It looks like we're going to be getting into the gritty nitty stuff here soon. This is interesting. Greta with her handler, Louisa Marie Neubauer. And what's a Neubauer? But an old Rothschild. Yeah, because Bauer was the name of the Rothschilds before it was Rothschild. It's all fake names. I'm sure they go back as far back as the Roman Empire, even before that. But this is a young girl right here. But yeah, still a Neubauer is a Rothschild. Yeah, we're getting close to the end here. Which means I gotta scroll all the freaking way back up now. Alright, it's all good. This kind of gets me.
On today's episode of Sony Makes Shitty Products,
it's everybody makes shitty products. Let's go on to YouTube real quick, because I need to point this out. We looked at this a couple of times. Every episode for like maybe 2 or 3 episodes, I would pull out one of these things when I came across it. They stopped sending me to my Instagram feed, so I don't have them anymore. But let's see. These things were so innovative for their time. So much better. No, they're going to show us bullshit ones, right? Let's look for... Alright, let's go with appliances. Same fucking shit. Here we go. Here's one. Kick button open. Look at this. Tell me we get better shit than that now. And then stop lying. All right, now let's have a look.
Okay, check this out. These are pretty modern looking refrigerators, but the same company makes these. These are like retro style.
Oh, they're retro style. I don't want to see retro style with more plastic bullshit inside. Who fucking cares about that?
Why is nobody talking about how amazing these 1960s Frigidaire stoves were? I mean, they was functional, storage, compact, and they had a ton of style. I mean, what more do you want?
My
We really need to
my
bring some of this style.
Shut up. My great aunt had one of these with the lift things, and she had a flare in her kitchen.
Back, because they had it all in the 1960s. Look at all the chrome. Look at the design on the glass. You see how smooth it moved? We ain't got nothing like this. It's even more amazing to think about the fact that a lot of these stoves actually still work to this day.
That's the point.
Why is nobody talking?
That's the point. They still work. There's got to be something better than that, right? There's a lot of these really cool ones. They have. Oh, let's take a look.
This is Ed from Antique Stoves. This is a Magic Chef 6300 series 8-burner stove we've restored. Bread warmer, oven, broiler, oven, 8 burners. This has been taken apart all the way down to its feet and reassembled.
What's the year, dude? It's kind of small. You get a turkey in that fucker. Maybe in that one. You pull out one of the drawers. One of the shelves, I mean. Got the catch for the stuff you can pull out too, though. That's cool. I mean, the style by itself is cool, but... You got a radio on your refrigerator. That's not... What did they just say for Bluetooth? That's obviously a joke. But you get the point. Everything was made friggin' better. Everything was made more stylish.
Welcome to a journey back in time.
Shut up.
5 remarkable retro appliances that defined an era. From the Stylinator was a stunning example of mid-century kitchen innovation. This amazing refrigerator offered a beautiful, rounded exterior, an ice cream compartment, and even a dedicated space for storing bananas. Crafted in the 1950s in the USA, the Kelvinator Foodorama added a touch of glamour to any kitchen. With its 166-pound upright freezer and 11 cubic feet refrigerator. It was a practical...
Metal drawers. Shit that doesn't crack because you put one thing in there. It was just a little bit too big because you had all these other things on your drawer and all of a sudden you hear a crack. Fuck all that. Brittle plastic that's also cold. Way to be.
And functional addition to any home. Back in the 1930s, the concept of installing functional storage compartments in refrigerator and freezer doors emerged. This idea quickly caught on, however, it was the 1956 version of the Foodorama by Kelvinator that truly stood out. Offering a plethora
They
of
still didn't. Their use of space isn't that great for the freezer. There's better. What do you call it? There's better examples out there, but still, we've regressed because we suck. Because everything went to shit post World War II. It might have been a slow decline, but by the 60s, everything was going the opposite direction. It may have taken a while, but it went backward into bullshit. More and more style was lost. More care, because everything went ultra corporate. And that was all by design because the incorporated pieces of shit, demon cult bank child killing vampires were acquiring everything and But like acquisitions, right? Acquiring everything and merging everything and making everything one big piece of shit. And their model, of course, is the corporate model. Maximum profit. F the consumer, the person that you depend on for your livelihood in the first place. Screw them. And it's all for the shareholders. So whatever the least you can get away with, right? Give them the very least that you can still get away with, that they'll buy something. And then, the innovation of plastic, was that really a step in the right direction?
PS5 that doesn't output anything on the TV. The HDMI port looks totally fine. No damage at all. I just want to show you under magnification how these pins are all loose. I know some people want to call that user damage, but I just want to bring you back in time a little bit when they used to build things differently. Say what you will about the Xbox 360,
not shitty.
but you used to be able to knock it on the floor pick it back up, plug it in, and turn that shit back on. Now let's exaggerate a little bit. Here we got our HDMI cord plugged in. I'm gonna wrap it around as people do. And then, whoops. Where'd my cord go? There it is. Look at the amount of force that HDMI cord and port took, and it still works. Don't sit here and tell me this is the customer's fault on the PS5. It's not. On today's episode of Sony Makes
All right, let's go up this way. We'll come back down. Yeah, this is probably a good spot, actually, right there. Some crazy shit going on. But this is funny, so let's start with this.
This is proof that God hates gay shit. 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 This is proof that God hates...
You know, they say when you're in Baltimore, you got to get crab cakes. When in New York, you got to get a slice of pizza. And when you're in Milwaukee, you got to get a room at the Ambassador Hotel, go to the rave club, pick up a gay black guy, take him back to the Ambassador Hotel, feed him drugs, drill a hole in his head when he's knocked out, pour acid at it. Then he'll escape. Then he'll walk down to the McDonald's where two cops will see a black guy half naked, drugged out of his mind, tell the cops that he's your gay boyfriend. The cops will say, get that gay guy out of here. And then you can take him back to the Ambassador Hotel and have sex with him any way that you want until he's dead. Carve up his body, put him in a tub of acid, let him digest, and then go about your day. I mean, when you're in Milwaukee, that's what you got to do. You know, they say...
That's obviously a Dahmer story, a Jeffrey Dahmer story, in case you weren't picking up on that.
You'll never see white people wearing those suits. It's a black person thing to do. Why isn't that guy wearing a shirt? You'll never see white people wearing those suits.
That's pretty funny. We're getting there. Probably start right about here. Wait. Yeah, right here.
Congress is about to merge the U.S. military with Israel permanently, and they hid it inside of a 3,000-page bill. Here is exactly
I hate her attitude, and I hate her face, and I hate the way the bitch shakes her heads. I'm just saying it.
what Section
I don't follow her.
224 of the 2027 NDAA does. It creates something called the U.S.-Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative, and what a fucking mouthful that is. One, it forces our generals to give Israel our most advanced military secrets, AI, cyber, biotech.
They're the same fucking entity. This is not dawn on people yet. It just they're making it paperwork official, but they've been doing this for fucking ever. We fought 2 wars for on their behalf against people that we had nothing to fucking do with. Whole countries, multiple countries, got in alliances that were not necessary. Got pulled in by the Bank of England. Remember, they said Britain will get us into the war, or we'll get. Actually, the Rothschilds were saying we'll get the Americans in the war on your side. That was World War One. How'd they end up doing that? Because they owned us. That's how. Duh. Jews. Leading cause of death. Jews.
All of it. 2, it literally says the 2 militaries will share data fusion and network integration. That means you're
So she's more this girl, because she's a deep thinker, says we should look at that picture, which is doctored up to hell, and then look at this ugly ass face here with the shit all over her lips and nose rings. Does that look like the same bitch? No. This is called false advertising. Anyway, we should arrest and remove every politician that's taken up AIPAC money immediately. Yeah, never mind the fact that they rape and eat children. Right, that's... You guys kill your own, so, I mean, you line right up for the altar of Baal to have them scraped out of your vagina. So, I mean, why would you want to care too much about children's lives? But they don't take in that AIPAC money. Then they got... Oh, better not steal Legos. Fucking idiots.
Tax dollars will power a single unified war machine. 3, Israel gets to build factories on U.S. soil so that members of Congress cannot...
They already do, you dumb. All right. Why did the IDF respond to the Miami, which is also Tel Aviv, USA? Why did, when that building came down in its own footprint, just like the World Trade Center, with McAfee's blackmail information in it, why did the IDF respond with pickup trucks, with tarps, and start sifting through all the rubble to see what they could find as far as the data that they were trying to hide? And they killed 90 people to do that. That sounds like another King David Hotel incident to me.
vote to cut them off without losing jobs in their own districts. Why should I care? Well, it's not really about defense, is it? It's about making the relationship...
Your child's like cooing to you, and you're like, I'm too busy doing things that, like, you know, talking to myself on a phone, because I'm important, you see. I'll get around to the life I brought into this world some other time. Probably not after I'm done with this. I've got more self-absorbed shit to do afterward.
Impossible to break. Former State Department officials are warning that this bill is designed to entrench Israel so deep into America's supply chains that we lose our ability to...
Okay, do you want to know why everything's been enshittified? Because everything was built overseas. Do you want to know how we lost our strength as of a nation? Corporations moving things overseas. That's one big thing. And then the interdependence, the artificial interdependence. Who created all that? The Jews. Artificial interdependence, so that you had to work with their other territories that they have also conquered. We were tangled up in this freaking web for a long time, and you being like, "Oh, look, I know a nugget of information." Like, do you know how it applies? Do you know how stupid it sounds that you think this is all brand new shit?
to say no. So the public is waking up to what's happening in Gaza. Israel's facing genocide charges, and the UN just put them on a blacklist for sexual violence. And Congress is like, sounds great, here are the keys to the Pentagon. So unpopular, yet so useful in silencing dissenting voices, right? Kind of fixes the problem of US military personnel not being willing to attack their own people, right? We can just have the most moral military in the world do it. So here's your action item for this week.
I've been saying that. You're right. They're already in the IDF is already in the ice. The IDF is already sprinkled into it. We just don't know of it. And we're not supposed to know it. I mean, they are already dictating the actions of the feds and the CIA. The ADL, big portion of that, hand in that. Mossad, Black Cube, IDF, whatever you want to call it. Everybody who's been in Israel's IDF at one point. They're all intermixed here because it's not the same entity is in both places. To think that they're different or that they've taken over, it's like you don't get it. The parent company, which is basically what I just said, but it's actually true because it's a corporation. But the parent entity of Israel is America. So you're saying that the child is taking over the parent, but you don't recognize the fact that it's the parent. No, we're giving that little brat a bunch of allowance, but it's all because the banking entities want that place for strategic value. And then when it's time to burn it, which they are in the process of doing so, any Jews that move there, they're going to get burned along with it. It's not about the Jews themselves. It's about the agenda.
You need to call your representative this week, not later, as soon as possible. You can even tag.
Yes, that's it. Way to drive your effort into the dirt of meaninglessness. Call your local representative. That'll fix everything. Hey, demons, can you stop being demons? Oh, I don't actually know that you are the problem. Forgive me. I think that if I call you and just let you know something that's obvious, that it'll then become obvious to you, and then everything will stop ceasing. It will cease to be shitty because it's totally not done on purpose, and it's totally not you being placed in a position because you will carry out these wicked deeds against your own people. So I'm making this call, and I'm going to write you a very stern letter to go with it to inform you of the things you probably don't know about. But I don't see how you couldn't. You're the one is privy to all these like documents that you're signing, all these bills that are going across your desk. I'm over here having to figure it out, but you probably didn't know. So good thing I'm here. Like seriously, like obviously
I'm in this post. You're going to tell your reps to vote no.
You're going to tell your reps that she's got it all figured out, everybody.
NDAA Section 224. Congress.
Yep. Thank God we have minds like her on it. Jesus.
There's this great book called The Authoritarian.
I'm kind of glad because I don't like her. I love how people who simp for women, when I'm hard on stupid bitches, they're like, "Oh, you must be a fag or you're gay." I'm like, "No, I just don't simp for bitches. They don't need to be talking, especially like that with all that attitude when they don't know half of the fucking situation. They don't have a clue what's going on, but they have an opinion." And that just goes to show how absolutely smug and ridiculous and obnoxious they truly are, because they think that they know something and that they're important to be listened to.
A book called The Authoritarian Personality Type. And what it was a bunch of people from the tribe got together and started investigating what goes into forming the authoritarian personality type, aka the European who's going to stand up against degeneracy. And they were looking at how do we break it down. And one of the ways they said they could break it down was through erotica, meaning if they could get men always consumed by sex, they could destroy the
and simping. When they see a girl with makeup on,
authoritarian
or some of her cleavage showing. you're such a frag for shitting on her. Like, I shit on stupidity. Stupidity said so confidently because they're that sure of themselves that they don't actually try to learn more and be sure them. They don't double check. They don't actually care if they're right because they think it's the force of their personality that will make the reality what they want it to be. To me, that's ignorant. To me, that's useless. And it's stupid behavior.
Personality type. Now think back about the push with pornography and OnlyFans, and you understand it's part of the agenda.
They're also the top donors to APAC.
I know. So they literally get your daughters to prostitute themselves, and then the money they make off of her back or legs, right, goes to grown up little kids. There's this great book called
She said great book because she should have said great book because you know what that means? She means she's a fan of that idea. She kind of gave up the goat there a little bit.
Or what? 20 times more likely.
Why is it gotta be only on one side of my headphones?
To commit sexual offences than the Brits? Yeah, native Brits.
If you watch how bad this black man gets over a chat, you can see why Chud the Builder will walk. No, he won't. That's a stupid summation.
That colonized the whole world, you mean?
You mean the Jews did that? The Jews did that. They call it British imperialism. This nigger is so fucking stupid.
Pillaged the whole world to get the power that they have. The Brits, yeah. Yeah, the Brits that did that. Yeah. And you guys have the audacity to say that.
This guy speaks too well to be this stupid, so this is all put on. And look, there's the hands behind his back Jew who wound up the nigger.
Did what? Well, it's not audacity, it's just a fact. Is it not a fact? Is it not a fact?
The guy behind you is actually the one more responsible than the Brit. Why don't you go bitch at him? Isn't this cute?
That y'all colonized the world through rape, murder, and pillaging.
Hold on. I got something for this. I do actually. Hold on. I got something for this. Let's bring it up. I gotta put in images. Let's get a new one here. Call it WBM for now. Just give me a second. I wasn't prepared for the groid behavior here. Let me see. Where'd it go? Oh no! Where'd it go? Are you serious? Oh, okay. Hold on. I know I can find it. Hold on. I got this. Just give me one more second. I know where it is. Yes. All right. Save. Cool. Now I got it. All right, welcome to the Way Black Machine.
Right or wrong? That was true, yeah. All right, then. So what are you talking about? British Empire. So what are you talking about then? Hey. How dare you?
How dare you? All right. Greta, but I don't have a Greta, dude. You're fucking me up now. I need a Greta, too.
That's why. How dare you? You're talking facts? Let's talk facts.
Dude's not going to fight him. This is all fucking put on. It says The Late Show here. And yeah, that's funny that just the word fed is right there. And then you have this freaking Jew who is, again, his tribe's responsible for all the shit that they're blaming the British for. British imperialism was Jewish banking imperialism. Plain and simple.
Let's talk. So do something about it. Do something about it, Brit. My friend. I'm here. Do something about it, Brit.
Call him. This is so fucking gay.
I'm here to ask questions. How'd you get into this country?
Says the Jew. You let me in. You thought I was black.
About. I'm here. How dare you? Why are you getting so angry? Really because you're a piece of liar. You know you're a liar. You're a liar. Would you like me to show you the You're a liar. Bro, I just asked you. I just asked you what did the Brits do to have the power they have? Answer that question. Answer that question.
We kicked your ass. Made you into fucking pieces of shit slaves that you are. Oh, by the way, we didn't even do that. The Jews did. You had a fucking weasel kick your ass. Actually, it was your own people. I take it back again.
Question: how did the Brits get their power? Can you stop spitting in my face? What was the question? He's speaking.
Spitting in your. So, how did they get the power? Because they were innovative. They were good at shit. They were Like as far as the British is concerned, that's where the Goths are what made the Bretons as well. So there's your answer. The Angles and the Saxons and all that shit.
Why are you shaking? Why are you getting so angry?
Because drone is going, I'm holding everything back not to break your
Because you're faggot. Because you're faggot and you won't do anything. That's why.
jaw.
Well, you can do it. You would get arrested.
I don't give bro.
You get arrested.
I don't give a
This doesn't make your argument look good.
Look. He's backing up for the little skinny guy with his arm out like that. This nigger's gonna fight. He's just gonna run his mouth. You should have just headbutted his ass and busted his nose, and you see a little nigger cry.
Doesn't make your
I
argument
came out
look
here
good.
You came out here to be what? Stupid? This is the way black machine, everybody.
I'm out here to talk
For violence.
Yes.
And all you've been doing is talking.
Yeah, that's the left. That is the degenerate, violent left.
See, like he's not gonna do anything. This is all fucking a joke, man.
You give facts.
Who started
You came all the way over.
Who started it?
Shut up, you fucking Jew.
Who started
You give facts. You give
Who
data.
Fucking, he's got a pedophile and he's got a nigger. Jeez. What a great day.
And they get violent. This is
Started,
what you
I'm
see
gonna
on the
finish
streets
it.
of Newark last night.
Started, I'm gonna finish it.
You didn't do shit. They just run your mouth. That's why you should get your head chopped off and put on a stick.
Started, I'm gonna finish it.
You didn't do anything. You just bitched. You got is that a head or is that in that hair on his shirt or is that like the outline of Africa? Because either way, it's kind of funny.
Yeah, I wish you well, my friend.
Started, I'm gonna finish it.
Just repeat it over and over again. Take your fat Jew friend with you.
Hey, why don't you go back to your country?
Hey, why don't you stop sucking the little boys off?
Oh, you live here? I do, yeah. How'd you get over here? What you do? Aeroplane.
Airplane.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Or what?
Airplane. Exactly. Oh, look what he started off with
Times
wearing.
more likely to commit sexual offences than the Brits.
He was wearing that stupid thing on his head first? All right, well, until we see the way black machine again, I'll have to take that down. Tink. Good times.
Never forget that the CEO who runs ChatGPT said this. I am happy to say that I am convinced that the job destruction in the next couple of decades is going to be massive. Like, honestly, one of the things that I struggle with, like getting out of the bed every morning is
the fact that your asshole is so goddamn sore. We get it. We understand.
Like, my job is to help people destroy
beady eyes again. Beady-eyed Jew, homosexual, child killer, and eater.
Jobs.
Allegedly.
Like, how are billions of people going to replace the meaning they got from work with whatever they're going to fill their time with? And I think this is the number one challenge in front of technology. Never forget that the CEO...
When people talk like that and they run their mouth and they're that scrawny, they should be turned into a grease spot. High school rules apply, everybody, okay? I voted. Congratulations, Blue Eyes. You may as well have said I pissed in the woods.
I'm in the no-go zone of Frankfurt. Yeah, can I fucking help you?
Yeah, fucking you help me, but
This is Frankfurt, Germany, everybody. He's being hassled by this fucking degenerate piece of shit. And this is another reason why in these countries you're not allowed to have even a pointy object, because you would be able to take care of the problem that they've created so quickly if you were able to. It's irritating. These are the same type of guy. I had to get something that looked like that, pick up a rock and try to hit me in the head with it because of a dispute when the fucking retard was in the way when I was parking behind my business once, right behind my store. This fucking piece of shit from God knows what country. And he went to pick up a rock. I go, what the fuck are you doing? You're gonna escalate to that, you piece of shit? And I got in his face, and it was all fucking stupid. But he's like, I'll kill you. I kill you. They don't think twice, man. They don't think about consequences. They're not even worried about that stuff, and they shouldn't be, because the legal system has taught them they don't have to be. They can cold-blooded murder you, or heated anger murder you for no fucking reason. This guy's just recording his vacation, and he's got this degenerate, smelly-ass piece of shit, rapey thing following him. I would not be able to hold myself back from just letting my ancestral rage rip him into pieces.
Yeah, he is Germany, and he's perfect.
Yeah.
You have to understand that's not allowed to.
Oh, yeah.
To make a kind of video like that.
Get the fuck away from me.
Stop that fucking.
Get the fuck away from me. Get the fuck away from me. We're going indoors, son. Come at me, motherfucker. Yeah.
Stop walking,
ja,
start killing.
Kommen Sie. Komm her. Komm her. Yeah. Fick dich. So.
Yeah, wer piece dich.
That's what you're up against, fellas. It's time to take your fucking country back. Get on the streets and fucking start patrols every single night. There's no other option. I'm in the no-go.
I got a question for y'all, man. This is not a joking matter. I'm dead serious right now. 12 junkyards.
Hold on. He doesn't quite deserve it, but I just like the emblem, so let's just go there. He's making some points here.
Just burnt down within 6 weeks. You guys think that's a coincidence?
They're coming for your cars. Get ready. Cash for Clunkers Part 2. Huge fire at... Is that supposed to be Maryland junkyard? Damages over 100 vehicles.
There's no such thing as a coincidence. There's no such thing as a conspiracy theory. When you look up the term conspiracy theory, it will reveal that the U.S. government came up with that term to declassify information that was not supposed to be revealed to the general public. 12 junkyards in 6 weeks have burnt to the ground.
What the fuck was that? We get the point anyway. So I click on a fucking image. What? Dude, Instagram is such a piece of shit. Such a piece of shit.
Utah's Governor Spencer J. Cox just posted this a few hours ago. Today, I signed an executive order declaring a statewide drought emergency. This activates Utah's emergency response plan and helps state agencies coordinate drought response across the state. All 29 counties are in severe drought. 22 counties are in extreme drought. But you've decided to give billions of gallons of water to Kevin O'Leary for his...
That's why you're in a drought, because you weren't really talking too much about those droughts until the data center proposals and the talk about that started getting more and more frequent. I'm telling you, they're siphoning it off already. And for what, I don't know. It may not necessarily be for the data centers. That might just be the misdirection. But they're taking natural resources away from the people, and it could just be to sell it back to you, because remember what Nestle said. Fresh water is not a human right. That's what the corporatocracy that runs this fucking territory has declared. And what is he now? Like a World Economic Forum head? Let's see. Yep. So, Nestle CEO is Philip Navratil, who took over the role in September 2025. I'll never... Blah, blah, blah. Peter Bauerbach. What the fuck is this guy? This guy. Yeah, this guy. Yeah. Is appointed as intern chair of the World Economic Forum following departure of Klaus Schwab. So it's the same dude. This guy right here. Of course I'm going to continue without supporting Reuters, you fucking scumbags. Fresh water is it's not a right, kids. And anytime you're in Switzerland, you know that you're hanging with the Rothschild baby eaters, so.
His data center? How? Where's it coming from? He got...
Can I just answer this question too? It says, I petition to stop calling them data. This is the person saying this. Stop calling them data centers and start referring to them as their correct identifier. Surveillance centers. That's as if you're not understanding what data collection is intended for, as if that's something that you need to describe. Like, I don't want to call it the alphabet. Can we call it by its real name, the ABCs? You might as well just shoot yourself in the head. But that's, again, we don't know if that's what they're for. We don't even know if they're proposed. They haven't done shit yet. The ones that are there are the ones that they're pointing at for an example. But anything that's coming in new, we don't know what they're going to be building en masse. They could be military bases because all these data centers are strategically located very close to military bases, and they're going to need the military security around them. Just like the switch ones and the edge ones have shit tons of multi-layer security. Very, very militarized security. There's nothing private about a company or a corporation. That's all still part of government. It's all still part of government. It's all still part of the devil tribe. And if we just assume that they're strictly for surveillance and not for detention and not for torture and not for murdering the goy in the quote unquote, I would say there might even possibly be this era's asylums where they were stealing all the freaking adults away that would remember too, while they steal the children and redistribute them.
Goes on to say we have enough water to get through this year if we treat every gallon like the finite resource it is. How can both of those things be true? That you are dedicating billions and billions and billions.
Well, that's the whole point. That's my point. That the data centers probably aren't what they're saying they are, or they're taking all the water that they're going to need for themselves because something else is coming along, or they're going to use it to leverage and starve you out and make you die. There could be very many reasons why this, but the drought, the level of what a drought would have been causing versus how much is missing so rapidly, some manner, probably maybe underground, and they're just, so it can't be seen from the surface. They're siphoning water from a great many places all at once. And it's just rapidly disappearing. Where's it going? Good question. What's it going to be used for? Don't know. But that's not just natural evaporation and lack of rain. Because it went from nobody having an issue talking about they've been throwing the drought thing back and forth, and then we'd have massive rain and they would still, we're still in a drought though. It's just the whole thing like climate change, right? Yeah, but it's getting colder. Yeah, that's why we call it climate change, not global warming. Before you said it was going to be a global freeze. Yeah, but it's like keep on changing the way they term it. But still, don't worry. We still know something's happening. Oh yeah, no shit. Something's always happening. Whether it's meaningful or not is the whole point, though, right? I don't care about the rest of it.
At 8:15 yesterday morning, the President of the United States
took a shit,
began panicking in front of the entire world. For more than 7 hours, he posted nearly 50 times. And when he
put that on there, right next to the man who enslaved everybody, and they say he freed slaves. Isn't that something? Like, why Teddy Roosevelt is up there, that's a disgrace. Jesus Christ.
Finally slowed down, it would stand as one of the most revealing fits of rage of his presidency to date. Because what he shared was beyond any reasonable person's comprehension. He complained because China has a ballroom, he should have one too. He posted an image of a Trump Peace Prize bearing his own face. He repeatedly compared himself to George Washington.
Look at how Washington's got this big obelisk behind him. George Washington never, ever wanted any monument built to himself. Since people don't believe that. George Washington did not want public funds used for a grand memorial in his honor. While the Continental Congress was first approved an equestrian statue in 1783, Washington scrapped the plans during his presidency because he opposed using tight federal government funds and public money for his own personal glorification. A deep historical look at Washington's reluctance reveals several details. After he died in 1799. Remember how that happened, right? They bled him out. They leached his ass out. The bloodletting. Get rid of the humors. They fucking bled him out. They bled him to death. That's how they killed him. Fucking doctors. Tell me that wasn't done by Jews. Congress proposed a capital tomb. However, his family declined. The famous obelisk in the National Mall was eventually built by the Washington National Monument Society using private citizen donations. They wanted him to have a giant cock. That wasn't his decision. The Cincinnatus deal, inspired by the Roman leader Lucius Quintius, whatever, Cincinnatus. Washington saw himself as a humble civic servant rather than a king or demigod. This does not sound like a guy who is deep into the fucking Freemasonic order, and definitely not before, not after the co-opting and terraformation of the Masonic order that happened in the 1790s. He said when George Washington Snyder told him that he was afraid that the Illuminati Perfectibilistan, aka the Jesuits and the Frankists, had infiltrated the lodges and changed their purpose into subversiveness and intrigue, then he said, I don't doubt that they did, but I'm not in there. I've been there 3 times in 30 years, bro. But they all make a big deal about it because they want to drag him into it as well. Dirty the name. He viewed giving up military and political power to the people as his greatest legacy and preferred to stay out of the public spotlight. Where does this guy shit? Robert E. Lee opposed Confederate monuments. There's my dog losing his shit again. That's all right. It's good enough. You get it. So I can tell you, okay, let's look at this. Let's look at the mural. Where's he at? Yeah, he definitely didn't sanction this. So I was wrong. This isn't the one where there is another one where he's holding the Globus Cruciger. Globus Cruciger. Sorry. But he's got the sword. He's doing one of these. He's hanging out with some angels, it looks like. Yeah. That wasn't him. That wasn't him saying, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I need that. I need that in that big ass plate. The apotheosis of Washington. Deciphering the symbols. Yeah, no, that wasn't his doing.
He shared an image of himself kissing a flag.
Snorting. He was actually snorting it.
He shared a heroic fantasy.
What happened was Melania had sat on the flag and then he was sniffing it.
Image of himself depicted as the god of war that said, "You're getting discombobulated." And most concerning of all, he repeatedly called for a federal judge to be investigated, impeached, and removed from the bench, placing both the judge and his wife in danger by putting a target on their backs before an already radicalized base of loyalists.
But this is what Rabbi Schneerson's Dybbuk will do to a man. That's what's apparently parasitically controlling him at this moment.
The judge who he was putting in harm's way is Christopher Cooper. He has sat on the federal bench in Washington since 2014, when the Senate confirmed him in a unanimous vote. That's every Republican and every Democrat.
How does that make it a good thing? All of the other people that are bought and paid for and created and assigned there by the fucking banking cult of Jews and child killers unanimously voted him in. Trump is a piece of shit, but I'm saying this kind of like insinuation that must make him a good guy because everybody loves him is fucking retarded.
Agreeing he belonged there. He graduated with high honors at Yale and Stanford.
Yeah, again, questionable. Yale? Are you giving me a fucking... Come on. He graduated high honors in indoctrination. Yeah, no shit. He got a degree. Indoctrinated a degree. Wearing the black robe. You understand what I'm getting at here?
Where he led the law review. He spent decades in law before he ever put on a robe. And he spent yesterday being told in writing by the President of the United States that he should be ashamed of himself. His offense was reading a law and applying it. The statute that created the Kennedy Center says it is to be named for President Kennedy and can carry no other name. Cooper ruled accordingly. For doing that, the president wrote that he should be brought up on charges and then hours later returned to the same target to write that he, like numerous other crooked judges on my cases, should be impeached. But going after the judge was not enough. He went after the judge's wife, too. He named her, Amy Jeffries, a lawyer who served the Justice Department for nearly 2 decades and once advised the Attorney General of the United States.
Oh, shit.
He wrote that she doesn't use the Cooper name because they, as a couple, don't want people to know that she has a conflict of interest. And added, obfuscation, anyone? The truth is that she has used her own name her entire professional life, the way millions of women do. And the man who officiated at her wedding was even a future Attorney General. But none of that mattered yesterday morning. At 8:15 yesterday morning, the President of the United States began panicking in front of the entire world. For more than 7 hours, he posted nearly 50 times. And when he finally slowed down, it would stand as one of the most revealing fits of rage of his presidency to date. Because what he shared was beyond any reasonable person's comprehension. He complained because China has a ballroom, he should have one too. He posted an image of a Trump Peace Prize.
Oh, we went around. We went around already. Sorry. But not this. The dude's a piece of shit. We already said that.
At a certain point, money can't buy you pleasure anymore. So you buy power.
This is not understanding where these people come from in the first place. Hold on. Yeah, I know. I caught it. Screen. The video isn't on the screen. Yeah, it is. It was just this one thing. Right there. There was a square on there, but I'm not sure why it wouldn't be playing. If that's the case, it was a glitch with OBS. Oh, it did? Well, the George Washington picture wasn't supposed to be fucking... I forgot. This is a fucking pain in the ass with things. But anyway, here. If it actually matters that much. I don't think it does. There.
So red F that the U.S. and Israeli military is about to fully integrate on a structural level and become one.
Fucking worthless piece of shit fucking app or website or whatever the fuck it is. It's not like it's not like they're not really trying to suppress anything. It's just a piece of fucking shit.
Red effing alert in case you missed it. The U.S. and Israeli military is about to fully integrate on a structural level and become one. At a time when the American public is expressing unprecedented levels of distrust in the Israeli government, Congress, which cares about you and what you think, just proposed tying the U.S. to the Israeli military more than ever before. You know, because buried in the House's version of the 2027 National Defense Authorization Act released last Tuesday is Section 224 entitled United States-Israel Defense Technology Cooperation Initiative. So we already have a lot of aid and cooperation, but Section 224 would be a completely different beast. It would fuse the U.S. and Israeli defense sectors on multiple areas vital to the battlefields of the future, like autonomous systems and cyber warfare. It would also bring extraordinary Israeli influence to the U.S. beyond what it already has through the lobby. It would give the Israeli government the opportunity to greatly expand one of the most powerful levers of influence in U.S. politics, creating jobs in the U.S. by expanding or starting new facilities in Mississippi or Arkansas. The Israeli government could boast of providing jobs on U.S. soil, thereby securing allies among members of Congress who represent the districts where those jobs lie. The result would, well, a U.S. system that's even more susceptible to the Israeli government.
The Israeli government is our government, dumbass. It's the same fucking cult. Stop pretending.
That wants us to get into more wars in West Asia. So if this goes through, it will strip away political and diplomatic oversight mechanisms that make the relationship publicly accountable, moving it from a visible annual aid vote to the opaque machinery of defense acquisition, where oversight is limited and political accountability is like not at all. The result would be a defense relationship that is simultaneously deeper and less transparent, right? So the mainstream leadership in both parties remains largely pro-Israel.
Well, just it's enough. We get it.
Donald Trump is now backed by the most billionaire gay white men in presidential history. Peter Thiel, Sam Altman, Tim Cook, the Winklevoss twins, all openly gay, all white, all billionaires, and all dumping millions of
They're not white, they're fucking Jews. What are you, retarded?
dollars into Trump's presidency. These men are pushing transhumanism.
And by the way, it says Donald Trump surrounds himself with billionaire gay white men. Meanwhile, the gay billionaire Peter Thiel abandoned the United States and fled with his family to Argentina.
AI replacing humans, genetic editing, merging flesh with machines, while pretending that they support traditional values. Peter Thiel, for example, the guy who spoke at the Republican National Convention, says he's proud to be gay and proud to be Republican. He's already abandoned America. He bought a $12 million mansion in Argentina.
Do you realize how small that must be for him? Like a $12 million home is a freaking shack. Or maybe it's because it's cheaper to build in Argentina. But that's nothing for somebody who's a goddamn billionaire. Like, you'd spend more on your fucking car. That's ridiculous.
He moved his entire family there. He's enrolled his kids in Argentine school. He's calling it his plan B because he doesn't trust the United States to survive. He's got
who will be responsible for that, and who would have the insight on that to understand whether or not that's going to be an actual outcome, a risk, a potentiality, an inevitability as far as they're concerned. Right? Watch what those people who are in the know do, and then like kind of do what they do. I'm not saying go to Argentina, because then they'll just eat you when you get there, like that Komodo dragon.
New Zealand citizenship. He's applying for Maltese passport. He's hedging his bets, and he's running.
Maltese.
He expects you to believe that he's loyal to America, to you. These billionaire gay white men claim to support Republicans. They claim to support Trump. They claim to support conservative values. But let's be crystal clear here. They have zero loyalty to the United States, zero loyalty to working Americans. Their only loyalty is one thing, and that's what makes them more money. Donald Trump, he doesn't care about where the money comes from. He'll take it from gay billionaires, crypto oligarchs.
Well, he called them all in. They're all the gay billionaire techs, because that's who the freaking corporatocracy cult of banking created for those CEO positions in the first place. This is all coming out of military intelligence and mostly our development. And then they slap it into a corporation where they present it to the public. He has no choice but to work with them, because this is the whole freaking, this is the syndicate. But when he called in 33 heads of tech companies, come on, guys, with Ellison and all those other fucking freaks there, these people who have these positions in the world shouldn't give a flying fuck about anything else. They should be like, yeah, I'm content, I'm good. Normal people would just move on with their lives and enjoy their money, and they have more than they could ever imagine for the next 60 generations of their family. But they're demons, and it's not about money, because money's fucking bullshit. They created that so that they could take away real wealth from you and make you feel impoverished and starve you out and create a false scarcity in a world of abundance that they would never have had a fucking morsel of unless we gave it to them, because they're not productive. They had to create a scam and a fraud in order to take from the mighty and make them the slaves.
Transhumanists, tech bros, foreign oligarchs, it doesn't matter. He'll take your cash. He'll sell you out. That's not conservatism. That's not patriotism.
No, yeah. Thank you for the really deep thought there, buddy. Okay, I can't read right now because I got to get up and do something real quick, so allow me to drop in on that. We'll put this on for a moment while I get up. And we're not going to do the whole 57, but we'll give you a little taste of this one. Actually, yeah, let's do this one.
The Reckless Ben Lego videos. Basically, he's a YouTube.
What? Pull over again? For what?
Did you run a stop sign?
I mean, it's up to you to see. I played the dash cam footage in the video. So from my point of view, it looks like we stopped for at least like 2 seconds. We made sure to follow every law.
How's it going?
How's it going? I'm Officer Hawkins, American Fort Police Department. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Well, what's your name? Are you Ben?
Hundreds or maybe thousands of you have reached out to me about covering the Reckless Ben Lego videos. Basically, he's a YouTuber who made a video about a stolen Lego collection that ended with a bunch of crazy police interactions in this small town in Utah where the American Fork Police Department did some pretty wild things.
Search warrant. Step outside, everybody. No, don't move.
This is the story of how I got swatted, all because of Legos. The whole thing started with me investigating a Lego company called Bricks and Minifigs. The company sent 2 guys to steal the world's largest Star Wars Lego collection worth around $200,000. And for some reason, the police are helping them get away with it. The family reached out to me saying that I'm their last hope to get them their life savings back.
I'm just gonna scare them a little bit and let them go is all I really was gonna do.
We have charges, or are we just tired of them being annoying?
Ben, how's Utah? It's good. Like it?
Instead of helping to get justice for the rightful owners of this stolen Lego collection, this police department instead helped protect the company accused of stealing the collection. And by protect, I'm talking about illegal traffic stops, illegal searches, illegal seizures, false arrests, malicious prosecutions, and more.
We play differently here. Does that make sense? Yeah. Don't move like that. You understand me? Don't move like that.
All against Ben and his friends, apparently while shielding the Lego company from accountability or even criticism. A lot of you were also telling Ben that he needed to reach out to me, so he did. I immediately was intrigued and I wanted to help him. But before I could do that, I had to understand the facts, everything that happened. I needed to talk to Ben himself. I needed to interview him and get it straight from him and not just his YouTube videos.
The way you know we have First Amendment freedom of speech is I can say something you don't like and I'm allowed to do that. So the police officer is arguing exactly against that statement.
Give me the background on how you first found out about this Lego situation and how you got interested in it.
At the end of my last video, I was looking for other videos to do, so I just put a little call to action, like 10 seconds long. Hey, if you have a problem the police can't solve, email me at this email. And then I just set up a little email, just got literally probably 10,000 emails the next 2 days. And I was actually in line for Burning Man. It was, I think, a 22-hour line because it started raining at Burning Man. So me and my 3 friends just all went through and were just starring everyone that could maybe be a cool video idea. And we were looking for a video that was more family friendly because a lot of my videos get taken down or shadow banned and age restricted because we're talking about we're trying to take down people that like torture people or that like abuse people, you know, like really kind of not YouTube friendly stuff. So then we see this insane story and it's about Legos and we're like, oh, that's family friendly. This is crazy. It seemed like there was such an easy solution. Just give the Legos back. And it's like very easy to understand. This company stole the little guy's Legos, but they're coming up with legal loopholes in order to like keep it, I guess. And in a lot of my videos, I've always come up with like legal loopholes to do good things. It seems like this company was using legal loopholes to do bad things. So I was like, this is kind of like the perfect like battle, you know, like legal loopholes for good versus legal loopholes for bad. That'll make an interesting video. And it's about something family friendly, Lego, something everyone can understand. Like, seems like the perfect video, you know? So I just got on a call with them. And that was like the first 5 minutes of the video was that Zoom call. Like that was my first time talking to them. And
all those vintage Star Wars sets you have in there are ours. I have a contract. I have photo evidence, video evidence. Like that is our collection.
Just told me the story. And I was like, this is insane. Like, let's do it. And so I just drove up like the next week and I mean, you saw the rest in the video, I guess.
What was the underlying story about how this Lego collection was stolen?
Basically in the email, he says, my dad invested basically his life savings and a good portion of his life into collecting what's now known as the world's biggest Star Wars Lego collection. And he's in terrible health. So I kind of took over. I'm the son. I took over his collection. I was responsible for selling it. So we went to Bricks and Minifigs because they're the most reputable Lego reseller in the entire world. So out of all the places that could resell the Legos, Bricks and Minifigs has the best credibility. So he's like, let's take it there. Like, let's do it. And he said at first it actually went in a good portion of his life into collecting what's now known as the world's biggest Star Wars Lego collection. And he's in terrible health. So I kind of took over. I'm the son. I took over his collection. I was responsible for selling it. So we went to Bricks and Minifigs because they're the most reputable Lego reseller in the entire world. So out of all the places that could resell the Legos, Bricks and Minifigs has the best credibility. So he's like, let's take it there. Like, let's do it. And he said at first it actually went pretty well. They were doing a sale, like a split. So every time a Lego set gets sold, he gets a percentage, or the store gets a percentage, but then he gets a bigger percentage. And in the contract, you can see that the Legos are still his. So they're not the store's Legos, they're his Legos. But for a thank you for like selling them for him, he gives the store a percentage for doing the sale. So he's like, then all of a sudden these corporate people come over and he didn't really know why they took over the store. We know now, which is they just lied, I guess, and said that she wasn't allowed to do consignments, which actually is a couple of days ago, the franchise document leaked that said they are allowed to do consignments. So what it really seems like is corporate saw that the world's largest Star Wars Lego set was in the store and they wanted to make up some reason to take over the store so they could have access to this Star Wars Lego set. And obviously that's me like speculating, but I haven't heard of a better reason of why corporate could have taken over the store, because they were saying it's because she's breaking the rules doing these consignments and stuff, but it says in the contract consignments are allowed, so it seems like they're just making something up in order to take over the store. They now claim ownership. They claim that the Star Wars Lego sets are their inventory now, and so Brian goes back and is like, hey, can I have these sets? And that's when the guy crosses his arms and he's like, we're going to drag this out. Like, if you want to sue us, that's the only way you're going to get these sets back, but if you do sue us, we're going to drag it out where it's worth way more money than what your collection's worth. Like, you might as well just forget about these and just let us keep it. It'll be much easier for you if you do that.
We're going to drag this thing out so long, and you're going to end up spending so much more money than your collection is ever worth or what you ever would have gotten out of it, that it ain't worth it, man.
Brian was like, what the heck do I do now? You know, and he couldn't go on the news because his dad watches the news. And so he's like, I'm going to go to YouTubers. So I think he went to another YouTube channel and they started it, but then they got hit with lawsuits.
They were threatening legal action against us. You know, Bricks and Minifigs, which is a pretty big company who probably has way more resources than we can, you know, really put up a fight against.
I get sued every single series I do. There was one series where I infiltrated a cult and they were like, well, I guess God is going to like punish him. We don't have to sue him. They don't like believe in the government and stuff. So that was the only time I haven't been sued. But I guess Brian saw that I get through all these lawsuits magically somehow. So he was like, I think Ben's the one for the job. And I was like, I'm the one for the job. And then ended up taking it on.
What did you end up doing that brought you into some interaction with the police?
I walked in and I said, hey, I think my friend said that he has some Legos in your store, but he just is having trouble picking them up. He was wondering if I could pick them up for him. And she's like, whose sets are these? I'm like, I think Brian Mansell. And I'm like, I think it's like a Lego Star Wars collection. And she's like, you can leave, like, get out of here. And she's like, and then she calls the cops. She's like, I think she calls the owner first. And she's like, watch the cameras. Like, I'm being harassed. She's like, you're harassing me right now. And I'm like,
you got out by yourself.
It's pretty good. So basically my friend said that, you guys have some of his Legos, I think. And he told me to come here and see if I could pick them up.
Who's your friend?
I think they're Brian's Legos. It's like a big like Star Wars collection set, I think.
You could go ahead and leave now.
Really?
So you could go ahead and leave now, or I will call the police for harassment.
I'm here for a legal business reason. Like, this isn't harassment. This is, we're doing business right now. Like, you have $200,000 of our inventory. Like, this is not harassment, you know? But obviously, it turns out she was just using that as an excuse not to talk to us. And then I call corporate and the owner, and then the owner's like, because I'm like, hey, I have a contract here. Because I knew that Brian kind of gave me some like foreshadowing. He's like, this is what they're going to say. They're going to claim you're harassing them. You're going to claim this. So if you say you're here for a business reason, have the contract, have all this set. So I had all the paperwork and evidence ready for me that first day when I went in there. And I was trying to get her to look at it. And she's like, I can't look at it. I can't look at it. I'm like, here, just look at this. She's like, I can't see it. I can't, like, basically one of those things. And finally she calls the police on me, and then the police come, and I don't know why the police were acting like this. Like, I've had a lot of interactions with the police, and like 95% of the time it goes like super well. I was caught so off guard because I'm used to like kind of being buddies with the police. You know, I'm like, oh, like I'm under the assumption of like, oh, the police are here to like protect us, keep us safe and stuff. But they come here and they're like, hey, they don't want you in the store. You got to leave. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm here for a business reason. Like, I came here because they have a bunch of sets that we just want. It's like they're keeping our inventory and we just want it back. And they're like, yeah, well, you just got to leave. I think he even said something like, we already talked about this. And I'm like, we didn't talk about this. Like, you said I'm not allowed here. That's all we, like, you talked to me. I didn't talk to you, you know? And I don't know if he was just having a bad day or if they think that like, oh, like we have to support small business.
It's kind of hard listening to him because he's a little dopey when he talks. I think he's a little nervous or something.
Maybe I've tried thinking about it so many times, and I have support the facts that I'm saying, but it's even with that, it just sounds so crazy. I think the police just can't believe it, you know? At least if I was a police officer, I'd be like, okay, let's look at the evidence now, you know, like, but the police would never do that.
How is it different than stolen items ending up in a pawn shop? I mean, the cops don't say, well, there's nothing we can do about that. No, they go and they get the stolen items from the pawn shop. Did anyone make the claim to the cops that, look, these belong to somebody else, not this store?
No, I said that. And he's like, okay. That's his response. Okay, time to leave.
So they tell you to leave and you leave, but you still have additional interactions with them, right?
What Brian was saying, when he originally first contacted the police, they did do a police investigation on it. I was actually able to get the police report, and there's a lot of false information on the police report. So basically, they were lying to the police, and the police were taking the store's word over Brian's word. Basically, what they end up saying is it's a civil matter. So that's kind of what the whole point, right? It's like, hey, you can sue me, but it's going to cost way more than what this collection's worth. It's not worth it. Just give up now. That's their whole strategy. And there's been multiple phone leaks of that. Actually, as of like yesterday, I think the owner leaked corporate saying that to them. So it's on video of that is their strategy now. I was just looking, I'm like, okay, so if we can't sue them, how do we get it back to criminal? So I'm just going through a list of all of the criminal laws that can be like, because when I first started this, I had no clue what civil and criminal meant. I knew that they were legal terms, but if you told me like, what's a civil law? I'd be like, I don't know. Like, I'm not like really that into the law, I guess. So I started looking at the Oregon law book. It was really hard to get that, but I was able to get it and a police officer's ear. And because he was helping us for probably 15 minutes and he seemed like he was on our side. He was taking notes like, okay, we're gonna do an investigation on this. We're gonna take this company down, you know? And then the second the police officer whispers in the other police officer's ear, they all like, nope, we can't talk to you guys anymore. You guys are trespassed. Oh, you have evidence that you guys did a lottery? We can't look at that evidence. We can't do anything. Get out or you're getting in handcuffs is what they would say.
And you're trespassing the property for life. Okay, you come back. You're gonna go in handcuffs and go to jail.
But they trespass you? But we're just trying to claim our prize.
I'm gonna deal with you today.
At some point, you did file some sort of civil lawsuit, right? And you were trying to serve it.
Regular court, I think they were estimating it's going to take like around 4 years. And so with the dad's health slowly declining, like one of his goals was to see his grandchildren be paid out for their college funds before he dies, I guess. So if you have a 4-year lawsuit, that kind of doesn't like, it's a little scary there, I guess. And then also it's going to cost him like $200,000-$300,000. So why would you pay $300,000 for a lawsuit that you're only going to get not even $200,000 back? You know, it makes absolutely no sense. Because even if you win, you still lose. I was looking up just everything I could look up, you know, like I was just going through every single like possibility. And I look up small claims court and I'm like, it costs $100 per law. It's $104 exactly per lawsuit. And it takes, I think, like 3 months or something like less than 3 months. So we're like, why don't we just do that 10 times, you know, and get $100,000 for them? Because you can only sue for 10,000 in Oregon. So we're like, let's just do it 10 times. So I just got 10 friends who said they were down to sue.
I wish I knew about this when I sent all of my. I created the notice of claim, the statement of status, all the stuff that I did. When they refused my surgery on my hand, and I still have a deformed thumb because of it, and this finger that doesn't point straight because of that. They refused a surgery because I wouldn't let them swab me, and my hand has nothing to do with COVID. So it broke wrist. The wrist was broken in a car accident. They put it in a half cast. The half cast pushed my thumb down like this. So when it was on for too long, my hand didn't form. You know, it's just all screwed up, right? So I had sent them the registered mail, you know, the green slip stuff that I did a bunch of research on for what I needed to do, provided there in the magical world there was an actual common law court, right? But if I had thought about it, I probably would have taken the small claims. I'm sure it would have worked because, you know, the COVID tyranny was not going to accept or concede to guilt, because then it would set a precedence.
And I ordered so many credit cards. I still have credit cards coming in the mail. I just had one come 2 days ago because I just ordered like 30 credit cards, you know, and I actually went to the bank. I pulled out $10,000 for each one. And then we paid them the money. And so now it was a legal transaction. I didn't want Bricks and Minifigs to say, oh, this wasn't a legal transaction. So we had a public notary there. So if Bricks and Minifigs ever says, was this a legal transaction? They can contact our public notary, who's the official person who basically approves purchases. You can say, hey, I saw the money go to Brian. And I saw Brian give him the ownership of these sets. So that was legal. Not only are we claiming it's official, but an official person claims it's official. It's official. We have a public notary approving it. Notary public. We have a notary public approving it. Now that we own the sets, if I get my sets stolen, that's a completely separate crime than if my friend gets his sets stolen. You know, like if one robber robs 10 houses, like 10 houses in a neighborhood. So they closed down the store in Oregon because this whole situation was getting so bad. I'm pretty sure it was 1 day after we filed motion for default judgment. So we didn't win motion for default judgment yet. We just filed for it. And then I guess they got the paperwork and they were like, dude, we got to close this store down. You know, like we're going to just lose just by default, I guess. So they closed the store down. I'm like, well, because we were thinking about suing them personally at first, but then we were like, it's actually a little bit more credible if we sue the business, because the business is kind of the one that stole, not them personally. So then what I was telling all my friends the whole time is like, hey, if for whatever reason we happen to lose, we can always just do the whole thing again, but sue them personally. And so we're like, okay, proof of them trying to resolve this first. So, and I think every state, I did the same thing to Brandon too. I showed up to Brandon's house, and with Brandon, you can actually see the interaction. I show up, I'm like, hey, we are planning to sue you, or we can settle it now. If you want to open, I think what I told him, like, hey, all the Star Wars sets are just sitting in the store right now. You're going to give them back to corporate. If you want to just unlock that door for us and we can just have the sets back, we won't sue you. We'll call it even, and you won't get hurt by it at all. Or we can do the court. Like, it's kind of your decision. He just stood there, like, he didn't say a single word. We were standing there for probably like 30, 40 minutes, and he just didn't say anything the whole time.
Hello. Hey, how's it going? Hello? Hey, well, I was wondering if you'd be down to pay us for the lawsuit that we won.
Yeah, the cops come, and then
Blank stared Mormon.
Same thing with Josh, but Josh was already on the phone with corporate, which was crazy because we were at corporate like that same day earlier, which corporate only lives like 15 minutes away from his house. So I think they knew we were in the area. So Josh is like outside, like pacing and stuff. And then the cops, and I thought it was gonna be kind of like rude to like interrupt his phone call because I wanted to catch Josh and like I actually want to have a productive conversation with him. I didn't want to just like talk to him. He's like, I'm on the phone, like, and be cranky, you know? So I was like, I actually want to have like a good conversation with them, you know? So I'll wait till his phone call is done and then I'll go talk to him. And while we're waiting for his phone call to be done, the cops come and they pull us over for running a stop sign.
Obey every traffic law.
Oh, shoot. That's when they're like, is this reckless Ben? Like, how's Utah? And they're like, we're like, you came all the way here to harass this guy? Like, why are you here?
So who's Ben? Me? Ben? How's Utah? It's good. Like it?
The guy's like, Ben's lying to me about everything. Like, his exact wording was like, reckless Ben's just lying to me about everything. So I'm going to tell this kid to get out of here or something, you know? And
can you get the contact for reckless Ben? He said he didn't have his ID, but he's just straight lying to me about everything.
To give the cops some credit, like, it is a crazy story, you know? Like, it is probably like a 1 in a million chance that I'm telling the truth, but it is that 1 in a million chance that I am telling the truth, you know? Like,
did you run a stop sign?
I mean, it's up to you to see in the video. I play the body cam footage I play the dash cam.
Definitely stopped. So you said you ran a stop sign? Huh? You said you ran a stop sign?
I didn't see what happened.
Yeah, I was like, because we definitely stopped at the stop sign. Stopped. Yeah. I was so sure that we stopped at the stop sign that I actually requested all the police footage of this. And as you can see, we didn't even do a rolling stop. We fully stopped at the stop sign. So this is an illegal traffic stop.
What is the law enforcement agency that was involved in that?
The American Fork Police Department.
Did anything else happen during that interaction where they pulled you over for the alleged stop sign?
Basically, I told him the whole story. I like ran through the story. Basically, this guy has his set stolen. Basically, they were like, he wants you trespass. We're going to issue you a formal trespass. If you go back on his property, you'll be arrested. And this is when they told me, however, if you're on the sidewalks or the streets, you can still film there. It's public, like you pay taxes, that's fine. So as long as you stay there, you can't get in trouble and you'll be fine.
When was it that they searched your car? Was that in Oregon or was that in Utah?
That was Utah. Yeah, that was right after we sent the Mormon guy in to talk to him.
We were trying to talk to Brother Johnson. Okay. I'm in the Auger Second Ward.
I was like, okay, if he's not going to listen to us, maybe he'll listen to someone from his own community, you know? So we just showed someone from his own community this audio of him swearing to God. He's like, I swear to God, I will give everything back.
There's been an audio going around with the young group.
Okay. What's the audio that you wanted to play?
Here's the audio.
I'm not going to screw you. You have my word. That's not who I am. I promise you. I swear to God.
And then he didn't. So, like, if I say, like, I swear on my mom's life that I'll do this, and I don't, then now my mom has to die, according to my words, right? So it sounds really bad if you say, I swear to God. If he actually, like, what the heck?
The search of your person because
this one isn't the best. Having to explain it isn't the greatest. Let's see. Hitler was a paper prophet. What does that mean? What's that mean? No, you're wrong. You're wrong. You don't, dude, do you know the full story? Do you know that he had basically captured 5 of them, made one of them scrub floors? You're talking about the Rothschilds here. 100% financed by lizards by an excellent goal. A goal if achieved may have started. Dude. Let's see if there's a more intelligent conversation over here. Yeah, just spin each layer instead of digging toward the back was a necessity. Yeah, those things are cool. Did I not go up high enough? All roads lead to Rothschild, as opposed to Old Bauer. Komodo dragon? Yep. They're working like fellow Eurasians. It makes me feel bad about the servants over us all. I don't know who that is. Still. My wife and children just experienced very tragic loss. A neighbor brought over 2 newborn deer fawns. We tried to call in the mother. It nearly worked. Long story short, neither of the fawns survived. Nothing but heart. That sucks, man. I'm sorry. I love that we whites care naturally. It just hurts to understand how ruthless nature is. Goy raper. That's, yeah, there you have it. Good word, Edward. You remember? Yeah, okay, we got to there. Metal spinning drawer. Is that the new anti-misogynist term for a lazy Susan? If the public can only identify the local clergy, not the protected demiurgy. Like down in the swamp caves and up to the ziggurat and in the temples of doom. Said Edward. Edward also says we can name lots of the Black Road priests and priestesses of El, and their masked golems of disappearance, immolation, and dismemberment are out there. Yes, they have control. Unfortunately, nevertheless, white power. Start patrols every night. We can. Oh wait, a bunch of goos. And then Edward says. That was all Smiles and Core, by the way. All groups of never-ending farmer hunting diabolical clown sensuous under-lipped sorcerers out of Africa, such as West African slave substitutes and the hideous Semites who barged them to America, all need to go home. They all grow up to be empty Mammonite treasure dragons, too lazy, perfidious, and oppositional defiant to build the very ships they use for trafficking humans and other magical treasures. And someone says, and their differences are not our problem. Let the literal motherfucking bastards sort themselves out back in Africa or the Horn of Africa for the Afroasiatic family. Yes, they can all go home, says Smiles and Court. See anything over here? Yeah, everybody over there? There's everyone there? All right. So we got a better one here. Is anybody interested in the story? Because, again, I can put the Wave Black Machine logo over the top of that stupid fucking flag that this idiot's waving. Is he trying to be all-inclusive, or is he he's got the pedal glasses on. Who knows? It's the first time I encountered him, because I was like, more people, I don't know this guy. And he says, lawyer, let's see what his take is. And it actually was good. But I was staring at the stupid flag and this other retarded thing on the wall here. I'm like, this must be for Black History Month here. And then this is, June shit. Let's see. Just move it around. Turn on. Does that help? Does that help? Let's see when I make it bigger. Oh, I can't tell, because once I make it bigger, I won't be able to get back on this screen because the bar on the bottom will be gone. Let's see. If I just, oops. Let's go do that. Stop it! Stop moving the wrong shit! There. Not again! Stop it. There you go. Take me to me. There we go. This is where I want to be. Somewhere like that. Yeah, I guess so. It's such a pain in the ass to do shit because it just grabs other stuff that's not supposed to grab. Let's see what happens when I do that. I'll look at it on the phone in a second or something. We won't go through all this, but he makes good points, and they're actually really freaking good points. And there's more details to the story.
Night in Kaiser, Oregon, and a man named Brandon Best is standing in the doorway of a Lego store asking for the keys. The store belongs, or belonged until about a minute ago, to a woman named Crystal Gorman and her husband Benjamin. They bought the franchise in early 2023. Now they're planning to move overseas, and they had gone to corporate to talk about selling. Corporate seemed open to it, friendly even. Now,
Hold on, kids. Hold on. Just gotta drag it more into the corner. I can probably just get rid of my logo for a second. Hey, there. More like this. And it gets like that.
now there's a man at the door asking for the keys. The word police is in the air, and there's a promise being made that an inventory will be taken, that everyone will be made whole, that all of this is perfectly routine. Behind them, on the shelves, filling every surface they had, is a Lego collection that does not belong to the Gormans. It does not belong to corporate. It belongs to an 83-year-old man in failing health. It's been left with this store to be sold a piece at a time on his family's behalf. Roughly $200,000 of vintage Star Wars by the family's count. 780 sets, more than 1,200 minifigures, a decade of one man's life stacked floor to ceiling. That is the night as the Gormans tell it, and, for the better part of 2 years, as the Gormans tell it, was all anyone had. One side's word about a quiet Thursday. Except the Gormans were on the phone that night, and the phone was recording. This week, they played it. The voice on the recording belongs to a man they name as Corporate's Director of Operations. The Gormans tell him in their words that what is happening to them feels like a threat, and the voice does not deny it. In a way, it agrees. It is. I have spent most of my career in a quieter corner of law, copyright and licensing, the unglamorous machinery of who owns what. A recording like that, dropping into a dispute like this one, sounds a lot like a coffee cup being set down very, very slowly. One thing once so I don't keep repeating it. Nothing here has been decided by a court. A complaint is one side talking. A recording is evidence. Only one. The claim that corporate, not a local franchisee, but Bricks and Minifigs Corporate, the entity called BAM Franchising, had its hands on that store reached us through one channel, Reckless Ben, the YouTuber. And Ben, whatever you make of him, is a narrator telling a story he is paid in attention to tell. An interested source. The Gormans are a different kind of source. They are the counterparties. They were standing in the room, and the man they name on that call is no bit player, Kai McAllister, who they say is corporate's Director of Operations, speaking the night of the transaction about the very obligation now in dispute. What he said has a name in a courtroom, an admission by a party opponent. The ordinary rule is that you can't repeat what someone said outside of court to prove it's true. That's hearsay, and we keep hearsay out. But there's a big and old exception. When the other side says something, you can use it against them, and it comes in cleanly. The logic is almost folksy. If it hurts your own case, you probably weren't lying when you said it. A recorded statement by a company's Director of Operations the night of the transaction about whether the company was taking this on, if it's authentic, is not gossip. It gets marked as an exhibit and read back to a witness very slowly. Set two things corporate has said next to one another. Its public line is that it never knew about this consignment. And the collection had been publicly promoted in the press, on the store's own social media, a year before any of this. We never knew about it. We advertised it. There's a rule further down in this story that turns those two sentences from an awkwardness into something that may decide who owns the collection. For now, just keep those two views in view. The Gormans did one more thing this week. They sued. They filed against corporate in Utah for wrongful termination, seizure of the store, having their reputations trashed. They're now plaintiffs on the attack. Their names will turn up again later in a different courtroom on the other side of the V. Part 2, the repossession and the two things in the building. The other side has an argument now made in writing, and it is better than the internet is giving it credit for. So here it is at its strongest. Corporate's account of that Thursday night is not, we showed up and grabbed a healthy store. It's this. The Gormans were in default, behind on the payments to buy the location, behind on royalties for months, owing tens of thousands more. The complaint puts the total north of $175,000. On that account, what happened wasn't a heist, it was a repossession, a franchisor enforcing its contract against an operator who stopped paying. And if that's true, the repossession may be perfectly lawful. Franchise agreements let a franchisor terminate and take back a defaulting store.
Okay, now hold off because there's more to this, and there's some deep shenanigans going on with corporate that caused that situation to be something in the first place. They were still receiving all of the bills. We'll hear it in a second. And the notices, and they weren't sending them to the franchise owner. So they had no idea, and they were attempting to get things settled, but corporate wouldn't just get things taken care of and put the right address on shit. So they created their own problem, and then they came in and swooped in and got them. And they're saying it was probably within months. So it seems to me more like once that Lego set arrived, which was about a year prior to them being kicked out of their franchise, they were looking to set up a situation like this where they had another excuse as to why they shut them down. And then when they said they might be going out of the country, they're like, all right, cool. This is our chance to swoop in and take everything.
Taking your store back because you didn't pay for it is not theft. On the store itself, they may be standing on solid ground. But there were two different things in that building on Thursday night, and the law treats them completely differently. The first is the store, the fixtures, the franchise, the business. Corporate may be entitled to take that back. The second is the old man's Lego collection. And that
okay, but that's not true either, because remember, the guy who came in said they're kicking them straight out, but they will do a full inventory and compensate them for what is left in the store, meaning the franchisees, they were the ones who paid for the inventory to be placed in the store. So that's their, if they were on default, they would have kept all the assets. They would have kept all the inventory, and they probably would have still billed them and taken the court for whatever was left over. But they stated that they would do an inventory and they would get, paid. They would get compensated for everything that was theirs. So if there was this issue of them not having paid, they wouldn't have said that.
Never the Gormans to lose. Start with the oldest analogy there is. You hand your coat to the coat check at a restaurant. You still own the coat. The restaurant is just holding it. There's a word for that, bailment. And the holder has duties. Keep it safe. Give it back. What it cannot do is treat your coat as its own and sell it. If it does, that's a tort with an old name, conversion. Exercising ownership over a thing that isn't yours. And consignment is a bailment in commercial clothes. The family's Legos were the coat, the store was the coat check. That's the family's side of it. Corporate has now added a layer. In its lawsuit, it doesn't just say we repossessed a store, it says it held a signed security agreement that when the Gormans bought the franchise, they pledged the store's entire inventory to corporate as collateral, the way you pledge a house to the bank when you take a mortgage. And it says that when it repossessed, it took those assets as what the law calls a bona fide purchaser, a good faith buyer for value without notice of anybody else's claim. There's one more piece of machinery, and it's the piece almost nobody outside the profession knows about. When you hand goods to a store on consignment, the law does not simply protect you on trust. Under the commercial code...
Whoa, stop a second, though. Listen to what he says. Nobody outside the law knows this. So that means the people who are putting things on consignment don't know this. Why is that a thing? Why is there this extra paperwork that nobody is aware of that would protect them when they place things on consignment?
A lot of cases you are expected to file a notice, a one-page public document called a financing statement, a UCC-1, announcing to the world these goods in that store are mine. It costs about $20. It exists for exactly this situation. If you file it, the store's other creditors are on notice and they can't sweep up your goods when the store goes under. If you don't file it, then in many circumstances, a creditor or good faith buyer who didn't know about your consignment can take your goods free and clear, and your only recourse is to chase the person who put them there. So the whole case may turn on a $20 piece of paper that, as far as anyone has shown, no one filed. That is corporate's real argument, stripped of the press release language. We were the secured creditor. We took the inventory in good faith without notice of any consignment. An unfiled, undisclosed consignment doesn't beat us. As a matter of doctrine, that's not frivolous. It's the kind of argument that could win a case. But it runs into two problems. Here's the first, and it's where those two sentences from a few minutes ago come back. Corporate's secured creditor argument depends on the phrase without notice. They didn't know. But their rule has an exception. A buyer or creditor who actually knew about the consignment doesn't get the protection. And corporate, a year before any of this, promoted the collection, put it in the press, posted it. A plaintiff's lawyer stands up, plays that marketing back, and asks how a company can have notice and not have notice at the same time. The two sentences that merely looked awkward, we never knew and we advertised it, are the crack in the bona fide purchaser defense. The second problem cuts the other way. Corporate also offers a much simpler story about where the Legos went, and it's an uncomfortable one for the family's side. It says its own review of the store's old sales records show that the original franchisee, Crystal, sold most of the collection herself before any repossession, somewhere around $50,000 of similar inventory, and may simply have not paid the family for it. On that theory, the wrong here, if there is one, isn't a corporate theft at all.
I don't think that was the issue. I think what they were saying was what was left, because they said it was going well for a year and he was getting paid for what they were selling. I think that's just because he doesn't have documentation on whether or not that was happening, that he's just saying it. For instance, if this was a thing, I don't think that the franchisees, I mean, think about it. If they weren't selling anything for a full year before this whole other thing happened, would you think that they would have asked for their inventory back much sooner from the original franchise owners? So they must have been doing business properly up to that point.
It's a private failure between the family and the Gormans, and corporate is a bystander who took back a nearly empty store. They say they found less than $5,000 of Star Wars on site when they walked in. The Gormans tell that part differently, and their version is more careful than you'd expect. In their lawsuit, they don't deny the collection had been getting sold down. That's the point of a consignment. You sell it piece by piece over time. By their account, roughly half the collection had been sold before the takeover, and the proceeds for those sales had been paid to the family. What was left in the store on the night of the seizure, they say, was still on the order of $100,000 to $125,000 in sets, and they say they documented it that night, photograph by photograph, more than 200 of them. So the two sides aren't fighting about whether sales happened, they're fighting about whether the family got paid for all of them and how much was still on the shelves when the locks changed. A narrow, sharp dispute. Narrow disputes are the ones that get decided on documents and by juries. Which is what's strange about this case. There are documents. The tidy headline, "A corporation stole an old man's $200,000 collection," is now a contested question with several candidate answers. Corporate converted what is left. A buyer without notice lawfully swept it up. The accounting between the family and the Gormans never fully closed. And sitting underneath all three are recordings, photographs, spreadsheets, ring camera timestamps. Both sides building evidence, building a record since the first night. Most of these questions get answered on paper, not by a podcast. But then there's the live stream.
Right. There you go.
Then the CEO went on a live stream for hours. His name is Eamon McNeff. He opened by apologizing to the family. He offered mediation. He asked everyone to put their documents on the table. Read coldly, the first half is a man lowering the temperature. Then there are 3 moments. The first is the consignment. There's that recording of a corporate figure appearing to take it on. McNeff's move is to reclassify that person as a low-level employee whose offhand comment can't bind the company. On the principle, he's right. A stock clerk's stray remark usually can't rewrite a company's contract, but the Gormans say that person isn't a clerk. He's the director of operations. The defense now rests on a fact. This man was junior, that the other side says it can break with an org chart. A defense resting on a fact the other side can disprove is not a place you want to be. The second is the photographs. The hosts pressed him on timestamp images that appear to show the collection in the store at the relevant time. His answer was roughly, these are old promotional photos, and anyway, images can be doctored, and in the same breath that he wasn't sure he'd even seen the specific images. That evidence is unreliable, and I haven't looked at the evidence. Cannot share a sentence. You can attack a piece of evidence, or you can admit you haven't examined it. Both at once reads as a guess.
Both at once reads as obfuscation, a lie, some bullshit.
They asked him a simple question. Knowing what you know now, would you settle, pay the family, make it go away, for the sake of the franchisees getting hammered?
He said, fuck all that.
Answer, he gave a speech about integrity. When there's litigation in the air, the reason a lawyer keeps a client off of live, unscripted interviews isn't a belief that the client is guilty. It's that everything said becomes evidence, and evidence runs in one direction against the speaker. You don't win a lawsuit on a podcast, but you can lose one. A few days later, corporate put out a written statement that made the same settlement point cleanly. A lawyerly version of we won't pay off a campaign we believe is built on harassment. Same idea the CEO fumbled live. The difference is that a lawyer wrote the second one, and
they're just so goddamn sure of themselves and so confident because they have the world in their little sphere, their little microcosm of Utah. They have it by its nuts because they are heavy, not just they're not just big members in the Mormon cult, but they're also they're donators. They donate to the church too. The LSD, I'm sorry, the LDS. They have members that are all throughout government. I mean, if you know about Utah, you know that it's a den, it's a haven, it's a serpent's den full of these Mormons. And when you really get into Mormonism, it's kind of interesting. Not to mention there's the Masonic angle you can take with Joseph Smith and all of his bullshittery, but also and his shenanigans, but also they are very quick to side with Zionist idealism, and they'll say that they're anti that, but they're always there to protect the J. Same with Scientology. That's horrendously pro-Zio.
Woody can write
and both of them are probably military intelligence, formations. Maybe not so much in Mormons, but Joseph Smith has a lot of strangeness around him.
Stream in advance, because that's not what a live stream is. The written statement wasn't the whole plan, though. The lawyers weren't only drafting press releases. The countersuit. Set aside for a moment who's right. Look at the decisions as decisions. By the family's account, this was a consignment. Corporate never paid for the collection. Returning it would cost essentially nothing. Against that near-zero downside, a brand that by its own press releases did over $95 million in revenue, now buried under videos with millions of views, review bombing, franchisees reportedly threatened, a leaked internal memo. For weeks, the company...
Yeah, that's not cool, right? And that Asian kid that I showed you, who's like the startup tech company CEO or whatever, who he says he handled like $5 million last year or whatnot. Who he said because of his channel Duck Figs or Duck Pricks or something like that, that he's done events before with Bricks and Minifigs, and I don't know if he's ever talked to corporate exactly, but he's been on site with a bunch of these local stores or whatever, or been to like trade shows, and he says he had for the most part, typically, a really good experience with them. And it's obviously like any person, especially a franchise, any number of personalities can get into a business, especially in different states when it's that expansive. There's over 100 of these stores. They can't all share the same brain. They're not all hive-minded like that. That's why it's franchise and not just corporate entities dropping more pieces, more duplicates of themselves everywhere. So people are buying the name to open the franchise because the name holds weight. And then you come to find out they're not even an officially licensed Lego dealer. Like Lego doesn't. It's not. So anyway, it doesn't matter. The idea of attacking just any store that's close by you that's a Bricks and Minifigs, it doesn't make a lot of sense. It's kind of like it hurts the cause because then it makes the public look like a bunch of renegade morons who don't understand. If this person over here slaps you in the back of the head, you don't punch this guy over here for it. It's just you address the person that's actually causing the problem, not someone who looks like them. Unless they're black, then you just hit them all.
It looked like it was choosing the expensive road over the free one for no reason a lawyer could see. That reason arrived this week. Corporate didn't just defend, it has now sued. The case is BAM Franchising and Others versus Benjamin Schneider and Others, filed in Utah's 4th District Court in Provo and by Dentons, one of the largest law firms on the planet. You don't put Dentons on a Lego dispute unless you intend to spend. The party list tells its own story. On the plaintiff's side, the corporate entity...
So here's what's crazy. Unless they're deciding to, I don't know what they're attempting to gain out of a lawsuit with any of these parties. Ben... I don't think he's loaded, even though he's a YouTuber. I don't think he's that loaded. The franchisees that they kicked out and took all their inventory and didn't pay them and compensate them, they don't have anything. They weren't even able to relocate in Europe like they had contemplated for a job offer or whatever because of the loss that they had from the store. Imagine having what you think is something you can sell, like a business, and then, or at least liquidate all of the product that's in it, and then have that rug pulled from you. It shifts things around a little bit. So they didn't even get to do that. So why would they take on Denton and anybody else? Like this is so far beyond insane. It's like, are these guys themselves? Is McNeff or maybe Josh and this Brian guy? Do they have a heart on for these Legos because they're so hard to find that they themselves want them for their kids or their own collections or something? Like, what was it that was so important? It's obvious that I would say that probably all of the sets are gone, but where they went, they're trying to cover for that because I think almost immediately they took those. For whatever reason, somebody, maybe a little dark ops, whatever, behind the scenes shadowy fucking figure wanted those Legos for themselves, and they were going to pay a premium to have them reserved for that. Who knows? Who knows what the real reason is? But it seems like an awful lot of extra work, and how is it worth dragging everybody and your name into the crapper? This isn't going to just blow over. There's too many truths about this case already that aren't going to be revealed as being frauds at the end of this, because the guy is 83. The guy is dying. He did bring, his son did bring those things to the store. The store did have them for a year as they were selling them slowly. And then the rest of them got abducted and stolen and spirited away by corporate entities. That part's all real, and that's enough to hang the whole place. And then to go on and double down, triple down, quadruple down, and then bring in the big guns. What is all that about when all they had to do is give them back or compensate? Because that's the other thing. They could have made that go away. If they did have a buyer, they made $95 million. What is $150,000 if if that, to them. Especially if they actually still have the product. What is the principle of all this? Is it just a power play because they think that they're untouchable because they're so used to living in their Utah Mormon cult bubble that they are above the law and that they can outspend them? Or do they have Mormons in the law firm too that are just taking this on pro bono? Like, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me at all, because you can't take blood from a stone either. If somebody's not wealthy, what are you suing them for? Like, what are you getting out of it? And how long do you think it's going to take them to get it to you? It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Both McNeff brothers personally, the CEO and the COO, and the local operators, Josh Johnson and Brandon Best, and their company. On the defendant's side, Ben Schneider, the man, and Reckless Ben, LLC, the company. The business and the human being, which is how you get to somebody's actual money. Then Brian Mansell, the collector's son. Then Victor Nguyen, who sits beside Ben in the videos. And then a category the law calls Does, John Does 1 through 15. A John Doe defendant is a placeholder, a blank seat at the table for someone the plaintiff means to name later, once discovery reveals who they are. You sue the Does to hold the door open. The complaint is specific about who it expects to walk through it. It defines a collective it calls the Schneider Group, which is Ben's crew, his contractors, the people in the costumes and behind the cameras, some of the Does.
So do you understand why I thought this was a good treatment of the situation, even though there's a couple things he's not aware of that I think I've collected from other videos I've watched? And I watched a bunch of these ahead of time before even discussing this, because this has been going on for like a little while here. I found this one to be useful, and there was some value in the way he's presenting it, in my opinion. Way better than the way Ben is trying to articulate it, not very well, too. The civil rights lawyer, who even he was like looking the other way a couple of times, checking his watch, waiting for Ben to finally spit it out. Like, you could see he was kind of like, all right, I don't know why he didn't edit that. Like, all the times you repeat yourself, clip it. All the times you say dumb things and say, clip it, get it out of there.
And it names as potential Does 1 through 15, Crystal and Benjamin Gorman. The Gormans sued corporate this week. Corporate this week.
Guys, it's going to be 104 tomorrow. I'm going to be out there. You better believe it.
Gormans as future defendants in its own suit. The same two people are plaintiffs in one courtroom and targets in the one next door. Everyone in this has now sued or been sued by nearly everyone. Then there's the claim itself, and it corrects something, including what I said in the last installment and maybe what you've been assuming. For weeks, the word in the air was racketeering, RICO. Against a YouTuber, it sounded absurd, a cannon at a slap fight. And when the actual criminal charges came out, there was no racketeering in them, so racketeering looked dead. But now it's the lead count in corporate's new lawsuit. The first cause of action is civil RICO. RICO comes in two flavors. Criminal RICO is the prosecutor charging you with prison on the table, the mob statute everyone pictures. Civil RICO is a private party suing you for money over the same kind of conduct. Same family of law, but different posture entirely. The prosecutor here brought small misdemeanors. The company brought the big civil RICO suit. Civil RICO is a fearsome thing to have pointed at you because if it lands, the damages are automatically tripled and the loser pays the winner's attorney's fees. It's built into it on purpose. To win,
the judicial system, friends.
You show an enterprise, a group associated together running a pattern of underlying crimes. Corporate's complaint is maximalist. It lists predicate act after predicate act.
Are they supposed to be like Spider-Man glasses? Or I hope that don't say Superman, because then it would make him gay, like the blue and the red. I don't know why they made the Superman logo into a gay symbol, but they did. Decades ago. There were so many people I saw that had the Superman logo tattooed on their shoulder or somewhere. And you would think, yeah, they're just into, no, that's, or Ubermash. No, Mesh. Nope, that was converted into a homosexual symbol. Why?
Extortion, fraud, forgery, criminal simulation, deceptive business practices, obstruction of justice. 10 causes of action in all. The RICO claim, then defamation, false light, civil conspiracy, tortious interference, civil stalking, nuisance, and trespass, each asking $250,000 or more before the tripling. The ammunition is Ben's own videos. They're attached to the complaint as exhibits. The thing Ben made to win the court of public opinion is now Exhibit C in a court of law. It's the live stream lesson again, aimed this time at the hero. Ben on camera says he and Mansell have to do something illegal. In the complaint, Ben on camera tells corporate they can do this the easy way or the hard way, and the complaint sets that line beside an image from his own video of an explosion at corporate headquarters and calls it a threat. Ben on camera narrates a switcheroo, a friend dressed identically so the police arrest the wrong man, and the complaint files it under obstruction of justice. The disguises, the fake delivery uniform used to get a signature...
Right, because he's an idiot. He's a YouTuber, so he's an idiot. He took this on, but he also took it on to make content rather than actually care. He's not a crusader. He's not... You heard him talk. He's a dipshit.
Deep faked apology.
He might actually be fucking the family over even worse with his antics. And then you're like, yeah, and he does look like a beady-eyed oy vey.
The fake raffle, the we steal from old people company. Every stunt that made the original video delightful is re-indexed here as a predicate act. The spine of the extortion theory is a single alleged sentence. Corporate says that in a recorded settlement call, the Gormans told them that unless corporate paid a $300,000 demand, they would, quote, not be able to control the documentarian from releasing damaging and doctored videos. If that sentence was said and recorded, it is the most dangerous sentence in the saga for Ben's side. It is what lets a court recast a journalist's...
Yeah, I'm not really 100% worried about Ben. I could care less what happens to him. I'm more concerned that the 83-year-old man gets, because he doesn't know about this right now. That's why they didn't go to the news with it. Hopefully he doesn't go to YouTube either. I mean, he's 83, he probably doesn't, but he's trying to keep the drama away from his Brian, the son. No, I'm sorry, what his name is. I forgot. Whatever his name is. He's trying to keep the drama away from his father's failing health and all that, so it doesn't overtax him, right? Too much stress. So hopefully this has resolution soon so that he can give his dad good news, and he won't be any wiser to all the other shit his son had to go through to get to that point. That would be the ideal situation. And also, you don't want to see corporate be able to do this to anybody, because if they can do this to somebody, they can do it to everybody. And that's the other thing. The bigger picture here is don't let people see someone else get away with it. So what you see with the judicial system letting all these criminal rapists and murderers that aren't even here legally right back out in the streets. One time they actually made the claim that they didn't want to infringe upon the illegal aliens' Second Amendment rights because they were caring. So they care more about the the dangerous illegal with a criminal past having the right to bear arms, but not you. You are a criminal simply for doing it the lawful legal way, because they know about yours because you went the lawful legal route. You went through NICS. You got the serialized red, it's a serialized gun, so they know and all that stuff. Who has what and all that shit. So it's not exactly giving the best impression if you're trying to deter anything. If you show a bunch of criminals that there's no repercussions for their actions, and that it therefore makes it perfectly fine and legal, and there will be no consequences, of course more people will choose to be a scumbag. That's just how it always works, and that's why televising all this stuff and saying, "Oh, he wasn't fit for trial after stabbing her in the neck and killing her on the light rail, or lighting a bitch on fire." A nice person, I'm sure, lighting a woman on fire chopping off a child's head. All this shit. Why? And why hasn't the community rallied and Leo Franked a couple of these people so that we could send our own message in kind? Okay, judicial system and scumbag, when you let them back out, we're going to take care of it. And this is how it's going to get done. Justice will be served one way or the other. That message has to be made loud and clear and televised so that they understand. You still aren't allowed to fuck around. Until that happens, though, they're going to continue to do more and more horrible shit. So setting a precedence like this with corporate, that they can just go and strong arm people and outspend them, and they don't even have to. Like, what is the logical reason for all this bad publicity that they're bringing upon their own company? You would think they would just been quick, done, over with. Their grudge with the old franchisee or franchise owners that they kicked out can't be so strong that they overlooked all of the other complications that their actions would have, especially in the court of public opinion. And listen to what he says later about their silencing of free speech that's coming up. This is really freaking interesting.
Your campaign as the muscle of an extortion conspiracy. It is also the thread back to the Gormans. It's why they're potential does. Now the other side of it, because civil RICO is the largest hammer in the box, and judges know it. There's a long, tired tradition of plaintiffs dressing ordinary defamation and harassment cases in RICO's clothes for triple damages, and a fair share of those claims get thrown out early because a business dispute is not a crime syndicate. This one may get trimmed the same way, but it is not a joke filing. It is a serious, well-funded 10-count complaint that has turned Ben's greatest asset, his footage, into the other side's evidence binder. And then there's the order. Remember the leaked memo where corporate talked about getting the videos pulled down? The same day it filed, corporate asked Judge Tony Graff for an emergency restraining order, and the next day, the 28th, he signed it. Granted before Ben's side ever entered the room, which is what ex parte means. One side in an emergency before the other side is heard. Much of what the order does is ordinary. Stop.
How much you want to bet that judge is Mormon?
Making death and bomb threats, stop publishing home addresses.
I really don't think that the bomb threat thing is a true. I think they're conflating it or exaggerating something by inference to try to make it sound more dramatic. Or Ben is that retarded. I'm not on his Patreon to see what other shit he's posted there, so I don't know. I don't pay people's. I have one person I give money to on Patreon, and that's my friend. What's his name? Jim Lee.
Doxing. Stay 1,000 yards back from the stores and the homes. Quit impersonating delivery drivers and police officers. If that were the whole order, it would be unremarkable. Courts restrain conduct like that all the time, and threats and trespass aren't speech the First Amendment loses sleep over. But the order doesn't stop at that conduct. Down in the lettered paragraphs near the end, the court does two further things. It restrains the defendants from creating or posting, going forward, content about the company that the order calls false, misleading, harassing, or defamatory, and it orders them to take down the videos that are already up, to pull the existing publications off of every platform. When a court orders speech taken down, it forbids it before publication.
Before publication.
Law has a name for it, a prior restraint, and it is about the most disfavored thing an American court can do to expression. The presumption against it is enormous. The usual rule going back for the better part of a century is that the remedy for speech you say is false is not to stop the presses,
right.
It's to let the words out and sue for defamation afterwards, where the speaker gets to defend them. Ordering material down in advance before any trial has found a single word of it false is close to the thing the First Amendment was written to prevent. Courts have refused to enjoin the publication of stolen Pentagon documents on facts no weaker than a business says these videos defame it. The timing sharpens it. The takedown was granted ex parte, before Ben's side said a word, on a finding that corporate is substantially likely to prevail, a likelihood measured after hearing from exactly one of two sides. And at the end of the order, the judge waived the bond. Normally, an order this powerful, this fast, requires security, money set aside in case it turns out you were wrong and gagged someone you shouldn't have. The order recites that no bond is needed because defendants face no legitimate harm from being restrained. The harm of a channel ordered dark before trial by an order the other side never got to contest, recorded as no legitimate harm at all. So, the read. The conduct pieces, threats, doxing, the 1,000-yard line, are likely to survive. The two speech paragraphs, the forward gag and the takedown, sit on shaky constitutional grounds, and it would be a surprise to see it survive in that form once Ben's side briefs it at the injunction hearing. There is, right now, a signed order commanding a journalist to take his reporting down. The parts of Ben that are hard to defend are coming. That order is not one of them. Part 5, the other lawsuit, the one the Gormans wrote. For weeks, the Gormans were the quiet ones, names mentioned, voices on a recording, never the authors of anything. That changed. They filed their own lawsuit against corporate in a specialized Utah court for business disputes. It is not a thin grievance. It is a careful, heavily documented 12-count complaint, built to answer the story corporate is telling. The spine of it inverts corporate's "they just stopped paying." The Gormans say the defaults weren't theirs. They say the defaults were manufactured. When they bought the store, corporate was supposed to hand over two unglamorous essential things, the store's bank account and the lease. They allege corporate never properly did either. The bank account froze because the transfer paperwork was never returned, so the automatic royalty payments couldn't come out. The lease stayed in corporate's name, so when rent bounced, the notices went to corporate, and corporate didn't tell them. You can't pay from an account you don't control on a lease that isn't yours for problems nobody tells you about. And those non-payments became the grounds for termination. The complaint puts it this way: create the breach, conceal the breach, then terminate for the breach. The Gormans say the director of operations admitted the key piece on tape. On a recorded call, they allege, he said of the lease is technically in our name still. If the recording is real, that is corporate's own operations chief confirming the exact failure the Gormans say manufactured their default. The live stream lesson once more, this time pointed back at corporate by the people it repossessed. There's more on that recording by their account. When the husband asked whether corporate's approach sounded like grace, the operations man said it sounded like a threat. In a way it is. He warned that if they fought back, he'd make their lives shit. When they raised the consignment, the old man's Legos, he waved it off as the new operator's problem. The new owner takes on all that liability. When they later worried aloud about going public, he reminded them there'd be legal consequences if they defamed the company. Each of those, if the tape is real, is a line a litigator dreams of catching the other side saying. Then the piece that goes at corporate's favorite defense. Corporate's secured creditor argument leans on being a legitimate operator who took the inventory in good faith. The Gormans go further upstream. They say the whole franchise was sold to them on a false representation that Bricks and Minifig stores were authorized Lego resellers. And they attach the receipt, a written reply from Lego customer service dated February of last year, stating that Bricks and Minifigs isn't affiliated with the Lego group in any way, that Lego has no control over what they do. Corporate's own franchise disclosure document, the Gormans note, admits Lego does not sponsor, authorize, or endorse the chain, while the marketing out front sold the opposite. That's the foundation of their fraud claim that they spent their savings on a Lego franchise Lego never blessed. It's also why the careful habit for you and me has been to write Lego dispute lowercase and to keep the actual Lego group outside of the frame. They've now said in writing that they belong outside of it. On the collection, their complaint is the most precise account we have. They say it started around $250,000, that about half had been sold and paid out before the takeover. That what remained the night the locks were changed was roughly $100,000 to $125,000 in sets. The consignor, they say, had tagged every consigned item with his own identifying stickers, and after the takeover, the new operators peeled those stickers off. They pled that as intent, you don't remove the ownership tags unless you'd rather no one could tell whose goods they were, and they make corporate's accusation in reverse that corporate told the consignor the Gormans had stolen the sets, and that a recording catches a new operator saying he'd just called corporate in Utah and been told to make exactly that accusation. The slander they allege was scripted from headquarters. Now, this is the Gorman's own telling, not a finding, and some of it strains. Their fraud theory has to thread a real needle because the law is wary of fraud claims that are breach of contract claims in costume. There's a doctrine called the economic loss rule built to stop exactly that, and they spend pages getting around it, which tells you they see it coming. And a procedural cloud sits over the whole case. The franchise agreement has an arbitration clause, a promise to resolve disputes privately before an arbitrator instead of open court. The Gormans filed in court anyway and offer 6 separate arguments for why that clause shouldn't bind them. So the first fight in their case may not be about Legos at all. It may be about where the fight happens, in a public courtroom or behind the closed doors of private arbitration. Almost everything anyone has been able to see in this saga, they've been able to see because it was made public, like in court. So set the 2 complaints side by side. Corporate says the Gormans defaulted, abandoned the store, and conspired with a YouTuber to extort them. The Gormans say corporate sabotaged them, manufactured the default, seized a collection it knew wasn't the Gormans, and scripted the lie that they stole it. Same nights, same recordings, opposite stories. And the same 2 people are the plaintiffs here and the named and waiting defendants down the hall, suing and being sued over one identical set of Thursday night facts. That's not a normal posture, that's a head-on collision. Now turning the camera on Ben. The skeptical eye has been on corporate for a while because corporate filed the loudest documents this week. Now it belongs on the hero of the original story too. First, the 2 RICOs, because the headlines blurred them. Corporate's civil suit leads with racketeering, the big money lawsuit. But the criminal charges, the ones that could put Ben in a cell, are something much smaller. 4 misdemeanors: stalking, targeted residential picketing, disorderly conduct, criminal trespass.
The targeted residential picketing is just putting a sign up on a public, it was a public area. They had one that staked in the ground like a, vote for this person type of sign that stakes in the ground, but it just said this person steals from old people. And then they had another sign that they put on a fence. So that's what their picketing claim is. It was on public property that they were doing that on. And the cop still tore it off the fence and threw it in his car. So he was stealing property, the police officer was, by throwing it in his vehicle and not handing it back to them. The banner.
No criminal racketeering at all. One is a company chasing money, the other is a prosecutor who can take your freedom, and the prosecutor did not bring RICO. Look at what the criminal charges are about. Not the Legos, not the theft, but the manner of the pursuit. Conduct aimed at one man's house over several days. There's a statute built for that, targeted residential picketing, repeatedly focusing activity directed at a particular residence. Set it against what Ben did by his own footage, the disguise, the staged delivery to get a signature, the sign across from the house, the friend sent to the door posing as a fellow churchgoer, the charges they...
Yeah, well, the way Ben has presented it, even to the lawyer, the civil rights lawyer, it wasn't that, it was a friend of his. That was something that the police had stated, that he wasn't a real member of the Mormon church, and that was part of YouTube skit. But when he presents it again to the civil rights lawyer, he doesn't make that distinction. Now he's talking to a lawyer, and you think he's going to lie about it? It's different than just playing a game for stupid YouTube. It's another thing when you're telling the guy who's there to try to help you whether or not you're, so, and it doesn't appear like that guy was somebody that they hired to dress up like a Mormon and go to the guy's door and show him the audio clip and ask him if he was going to give back what he promised to give back to these people, because he, from the civil suit, owed it to them. I don't think that guy was a non-Mormon I don't think he was an actor or one of Ben's friends. I don't believe that part is accurate at all.
Are a tight fit to the documented conduct. Not an overreach, closer to the opposite. And then there's the warrant. The police department said at the end of May that there's no active warrant for Ben in Utah. Corporate's complaint filed days earlier alleges
He
that
had a call to his home. They showed up at his home actually after he just got released from the jail for, I forgot what it was, what he talked about, but then as he was going back, he got a phone call and they said that there was an active warrant out for him for something else that corporate was obviously pushing to try to get him again. This is after they already raided him at his Airbnb, because the fucking Airbnb owners said that this is such a Mormon town, right? They're like, we overheard, like, this is the person who rented out, made money off of this guy. We heard these guys, they're a bunch of YouTubers, and they were talking loudly about stolen Legos and that they stole them. Of course, that's what they said, right? That's exactly what corporate said that they would say. We'll tell them that you stole them. Okay. Ben's the only person who paid for the Legos so far. If you notice, he paid them $100,000 so that he would then owe them, and then he could go after the company himself. So yeah, nope. But he got thrown in jail for that, and as he comes back, he's got a warrant out. So they said, and so he allegedly fled. I don't know how much of that part's real, but to say that there wasn't really one that's frivolous or fake, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's accurate.
back in late March, Ben missed a court date and a warrant was issued. Both can hold across time. A warrant that issues in March can be quashed or resolved by May, leaving nothing active when the department speaks. I can't reconcile them from here. What it means is that Ben's own video, which leaves you braced for an imminent no-bail arrest and a flight to Mexico, is telling you the most dramatic possible version of a situation the police describe as, for the moment, dormant. Then the "we won in court" arc, the small claims victory and the closed store the original video built towards. Corporate's complaint tells it differently. It alleges the so-called default judgment was never a real, final, enforceable judgment, and that several of the small claims filings were defective, wrong entities, some dismissed outright as improper. I can't adjudicate it, but the cleanest, most satisfying beat of the original story, "we took them to court and won," is the beat corporate is now attacking as more theatrical than legal. On the redactions, the body camera footage released with the audio cut, which fed the cover-up talk, this week offered a duller answer. The department says the cuts were made at the county attorney's request. The prosecutor protecting an active case is a recognized...
No, he's protecting the police officers for saying fucking incriminating shit about their conduct. That's another cover-up. Consider the source there, fucking glasses. Come on.
Reason to redact. It doesn't answer everything, it takes the most sinister explanation out.
No, it doesn't.
And the religion theory, which I'm setting aside on purpose, a lot of the commentary explains all of this through the faith of the town and the parties, the Mormon...
I've been to Utah. I've been to Salt Lake. I'm familiar with how creepy that fucking place is and how one-minded they are. I'm fully aware of it.
Mafia in the comments. There's a simpler account. A small department reflexively siding with a local resident.
Yeah, it's called corruption, dude. Yeah, okay. It's also, in addition to that, annoying to have a YouTuber constantly trying to, drive content when he should be focusing more on the what do you call it? The righteous act here and getting resolution than having a game that he plays. But at this point, if he did in fact do what he said with the civil rights lawyer and technically buy the Legos so that they're now technically his possession, like his property that he's trying to get back from these people, and he signed over each and like all whatever, then it is all for content. At this point, it is all for content.
Over an out-of-state, loudmouthed YouTuber who keeps turning up at a private home with a camera doesn't need a conspiracy to explain it. familiarity.
4 times the cops come, they say you're good, and then come back again. No, that and saying that he's lying, that he had heroin in his car. All these things that they're taking verbatim from this guy Josh, who's one of the franchise guys. He's corporate, I guess, but anyway, I think he's the one that was supposed to have picked up the other story after the fact. But anyway, they lied constantly, and then you hear the officers, and Brian goes over this too in his video. No, they're still horribly in the wrong, and they make lies in their official statement where the police chief is standing there, and they make redactions that are very odd and obviously cut out more incriminating talk between the police officers who are literally looking to set them up and get them rid. I don't care how annoying somebody is. That is part of free speech, no matter how annoying it is. Idiots are idiots. But if they're not really causing true harm, then they have the right to be idiots and make themselves look like fools.
And repeat complaints do the work. The duller explanation usually does it. Both of these are true now, and refusing to hold both is how everyone else in this story ended up in a courtroom. The case against corporate has teeth. The recordings, the Lego letter, the promotion that undercuts the without notice defense, the manufactured default story the Gormans can apparently back with tape. And the clean, blameless Crusader picture of Ben is harder to hold up. A civil RICO suit built from his own footage, misdemeanor charges that fit his conduct, a courtroom win corporate says was never real. A man can have a real grievance and handle it in a way that builds a case against him. A company can have a defensible repossession and an indefensible takedown order. Part 7. 2 lawsuits, a signed order, and an empty shelf. There are now 2 lawsuits running in opposite directions over one set of facts. In one, the Gormans sue corporate, fraud, wrongful termination, conversion, defamation, 12 counts. And the threshold fight may be whether any of it stays in public view because corporate is likely to push it into private arbitration and the Gormans are fighting to keep it in open court. In the other, corporate and its people sue Ben, his company, Mansell, Victor, and 15 unnamed John Does, with the Gormans named as Does in waiting. The same handful of people are plaintiffs in one courtroom and defendants in the one down the hall. Over the top of it, a signed ex parte order that doesn't just keep people back from the stories but commands a journalist's videos taken down. A criminal docket with 4 misdemeanors and, by corporate's account, death and bomb threats handed to the FBI, which, whatever their source, are the kind of thing that moves a judge to grant an injunction because you can't unring a threat with money. The same order then reaches past the threats and into the reporting, and those are not the same thing. In the middle of all of it, the collection, the thing this was supposedly all about, still hasn't moved. An 83-year-old man's shelves are still empty. Run the choices in a line. Corporate could have returned a collection it never paid for at essentially no cost, and it didn't. The CEO could have stayed off the live stream. He didn't. Ben, with a genuine grievance and a real person to fight for, chose disguises and deepfakes and an explosion graphic and a company called We Steal From Old People, and handed a billion-dollar law firm a 10-count complaint and the word extortion. Each of them took a problem and by their own decisions grew it. Not bad luck, but a sequence of decisions. Decisions are what the law exists to examine. Folded inside one absurd dispute about plastic bricks is most of a first year of law school. Contract, what the franchise agreement said, and whether corporate manufactured the default it then enforced. Property, the bailment, the coat check, conversion. Secured transactions, the security interest, the bona fide purchaser, the $20 piece of paper that may decide who owns a man's life's work. Fraud in the inducement over a franchise sold on a Lego blessing Lego says it never gave. The civil versus criminal puzzle, and its sequel, The Two Faces of RICO. Criminal procedure in the stops and the warrant and the redactions. A live signed prior restraint, ordering speech off of the internet before any trial. Even arbitration and the quiet, enormous question of whether the whole thing gets decided in daylight or behind a closed door. And litigation strategy in every panel.
And the the damage that it's doing to all of the Bricks and Minifigs franchise owners in the 100 stores that they have, they can't be too happy about corporate's decisions to go this route and make all this trouble for them. Nobody's going to want to do business with them anymore simply because of what it doesn't matter. The court of public perception has already decided. It's already weighed in. That's why it's all over the internet. So they made a really stupid decision. And I imagine a $95 million, well, that was just last year, revenue company would have smarter people operating it that would weigh these things. Pro con, plus minus here, and decide what is this worth it? Because they're screwing over all this. I mean, I could imagine these other people who own stores having other grievances with corporate because of the way they handle this. That put their business in jeopardy. They might have something that they could sue about because of these actions, these stupid decisions or these immoral acts, unethical. That brought down the whole name of the company, which is what they purchase when they get into a franchise. And I wonder how many of them know that it wasn't even an authorized dealership of a Lego.
Recorded threat, the live stream, the countersuit that finally made the company's silence make sense. A mess, in a word. And messes are where the law actually shows its work, because the tidy version assumes everyone behaves rationally, and then a case like this arrives and proves they don't. None of it is decided. The two lawsuits point in opposite directions.
Yeah, nobody very much. It's actually rare that people think with reason and are rational. When you assume everybody else does, that's why you end up on the losing end of things, because you're not as much of a what do you call it? A variable as they are. You can't predict. You can't think that just because you're nice to somebody, they won't stab you in the neck. It's just the way it is.
The takedown order is signed, but heading to a hearing where, for the first time, the other side gets to speak. The criminal docket is open, the collection still hasn't gone home, and the one party everyone keeps waiting on, the actual Lego group, has stayed out of it. The only thing it has said, as far as the record shows, a short note confirming that it has nothing to do with any of these people. That's the beginning of the story, not the end, and I'll keep following it, mostly because I can't help myself.
Right?
Thanks for watching. I'm Leonard.
He says, I don't know these niggas. That's basically what Lego said in response. We don't know these niggas. All right. Oh, let's do this first. Let's get rid of this screen. Come on, open up. There it goes. Let's go around the room. The way Black Machine has come in handy tonight. We had to cover up that awful flag. All right. Oh, that's the Rumble's resident troll. Oh yeah, exposing them. Yeah. Jeez. Oh, everybody stop talking. That's sad. Hope everybody's all right. Where you at? 31. Holy shit. All right, that's cool. And let's see. Anybody over here? Nope. All right. Anyway, how long has it been? I've got a better show for tomorrow. Today was this. That's 4 fucking hours. Jesus. All right. Well, it's time to go. Let's do maybe a couple more of these. As soon as I get rid of this off the screen. There you go. This is interesting. This is actually really interesting. I'll be back at 2.2. Did I do that wrong? Yeah, I did. Okay.
You were making some crazy claims on Instagram. This is from @TPVSean on Twitter.
Obama's sordid past is finally catching up with him. Justin Bieber just accused former President Barack Obama of a crime so vile, so heinous, that people are losing their minds as we speak. Bieber has been saying for years that one day he'll speak out about the abuse he suffered as a child star in the music industry. Now, it appears that time has come. On Instagram recently, Justin dropped a bomb that left his closest supporters in shock. He revealed what really happened during the 48 hours he spent with Diddy as a 14-year-old boy. He says he wasn't just a guest, he was prey. Diddy pimped him out. The first client? The President of the United States at the time, Barack Obama. According to Bieber, Diddy looked him dead in the eyes and said that his friend Barack Obama had first dibs because he was Commander-in-Chief of the Legions of Satan. That weekend, Bieber says he lost his virginity against his will.
That's crazy.
To the most powerful man on earth. In 2026, Bieber is done protecting the untouchables. No more cryptic music videos. No more silent compliance. No more games. He's naming names, spilling blood, and preparing to torch the entire system. And when he's finished, the world might not be the same ever again.
Is this cat? Is he just rage baiting? Well, it seems like he went through some shit.
In recent weeks, Justin Bieber has been unraveling in real time. His late night Instagram sessions have become the place to be on the internet. He's been making cryptic posts and dropping allegations with receipts, then deleting them within hours. His behaviour isn't erratic. It's a man finally cracking under the weight of years of silence. A man who desperately needs to speak to his closest supporters about the truth.
It was hard for me being that young and being in the industry and not knowing where to turn and everyone, telling me they love me and, just turn their back on you in a second.
Insiders say he's become a walking time bomb. The boy who was paraded around the world as a superstar is now confronting the horrifying truth. He wasn't discovered. He was trafficked.
I was just, living in this shame, living in all this sort of stuff of my past, and I wasn't able to move on.
Talk of the video comes after footage of Diddy and Justin also resurfaced on social media recently.
Not anyone could just be in the position that I'm in.
Video shows Diddy alongside teenage Justin, leaving people to speculate if, at the time, he subjected the pop star to his alleged freak-offs.
Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time.
You're going to hear about my party, they're going to be shutting them down, they're going to probably be arresting me, doing all types of crazy things just because we want to have a good time.
What Bieber once buried as the price of fame, he now calls systematic ritualistic abuse by the industry's most powerful players. And he's determined to break the cycle and stop them abusing young stars with impunity.
Justin breaks down in tears when talking about wanting to protect Billie Eilish, who at the time...
Did this already go around once? Oh no, I think it just did. I think it just did. I think I see the little dot right there.
quickly rose to superstar status.
It did. It just did. Okay. I think, right? It went all the way around. Overnight lows, 72 tonight. All groups of this is Edward Snowman. All groups of never-ending farmer hunting. Did we already do this? Yeah, we did that one. They could all go home. Yeah, so. What about Bieber? It already went around once, right? I can kind of see the little bar here. It looks like it just started again.
I just want to protect.
Yeah, it's moving again. It went around.
Good. How much do you pay for rent in Mexico? I pay nothing. I built my own Earthship.
Holy shit. It's so warm in here. We walked right into a greenhouse. This is insane. So we're in the living room of an Earthship.
Yeah.
And you're the creator of the Earthships.
Yeah, I've been doing this for really 60 years. We started calling them Earthships about 40 years ago.
You have a fountain and a fireplace going on, it seems? This is
Yeah,
so cool.
fire. Here's the dining and kitchen.
It's so amazing just living in here with nature.
Yeah, you're living.
It's so rad.
And this is just one of the bedrooms, bathroom.
And these are all bottles that you guys have repurposed?
Bottle bricks. We make the bottle bricks.
I could get used to this room.
These are fun little spaces. It's definitely a fun place to live.
No, I noticed there's a light on over here. Where are you getting the power from for the light?
The lights are all solar powered. Here's another bedroom. Could be a den or a library or whatever.
Honestly, to not be in a jungle, but to step through one to your bedroom, it's pretty rad.
Here's the third bedroom.
Damn, look at this room.
We're trying to show people that not only is this way of life better for you and the planet, it's also fun. We're in what we call the Phoenix. My son actually named it because we started this building shortly after I lost my architect's license. So it's the Phoenix rising back up out of the ashes. I lost my architect's license because I was breaking every rule in the book. Building out garbage, dealing with sewage inside the house. Those are botanical cells. You take a bath in the bathtub, it drains into there. That's sewage. And it circulates through there, and you pick it back up and flush the toilet with it. The toilet goes out to a septic, and the drain field of the septic goes into that planter, that out greenhouse. That is all against the rules. That wall right there is plastic bottles, and that wall right there is tires. 50% of the building, roughly, is throwaway materials. I'm really the richest man in the world because nobody wants garbage but me, and I can use it. I want the garbage, and nobody else wants it. Same with shit. Nobody wants shit. I want shit because I grow plants with it. I want things nobody else wants. I make buildings that encounter the phenomena of the planet to take care of me.
So what I'm looking out over here, out this window, like this mound of dirt over here, this is the Earthship that somebody lives in.
Yes, those are all mounds of dirt, which is the north, east, and west sides of the Earthship are all buried. See, all you're seeing is mounds of dirt. You know, that's part of what keeps them sheltered from the weather. We need a product, home, that can be mass produced and will take care of people and in no way hurt the planet. As a matter of fact, it should grace the planet. That's what we're trying to do.
Good. That's interesting.
The body camera footage of Henry Nowak's arrest is disgusting, but I'm happy they released it. I'm surprised that they released it.
Today is the first time I can speak to you properly about the murder of Henry Nowak in Southampton after a jury convicted his killer. First and foremost, this is an unspeakable tragedy.
The police came out and apologized to the public for this death. I think it's too little too late, because you're part of the reason why he is dead.
Right, let's get you out of that.
Yeah, they cuffed the kid that got stabbed. Remember that? As he's bleeding out, and they're moving him around, and they're treating him like the criminal because the guy screamed, he said something racist, so it's okay for me to kill him with my dagger.
Henry Nowak has already been stabbed multiple times in this video, and we see as law enforcement drag his body across the gravel because he was stuck between the front of a car and a garage.
What's happened to you, right? Been stabbed. You've been stabbed? Whereabouts? Don't think you have, mate.
He tells them 4 times he's been stabbed. The cop says that he's a liar. This is Tristan Parsons of Hampshire Police. Every single article online and the Google Gemini summary.
Look at how white his hand is from the loss of blood.
You Google this
well,
case.
Maybe not, because that arm looks pretty white too.
Will tell you that the police deployed life-saving care. But what does that mean, really? When you see on video that they're putting the handcuffs on him and he has...
Oh, I can't breathe. Put the hand in the cuff, mate. Yeah.
Sickly pale hands. You can tell he's already lost a significant amount of blood at this point. Then he goes completely unconscious. Only after he is completely unconscious and he's been bleeding out for multiple minutes do they finally try to save him.
How did they not see the blood?
At that point, he's already dead. Thankfully, the court found Vikram Digwa guilty.
Look at these fucking pieces of shit.
Of this murder, but his whole family tried to cover for him. He lied on the phone with police.
Yeah, we just been attacked by someone racially. Yeah, this.
They called.
Huh? Sorry, we just got attacked racially by some white person.
He lied directly to the face of the police.
Yeah, me. He's grabbed my brother. He's took my turban off. Started grabbing my head.
Are you injured?
Yeah, I've got swollen eye, a little bit.
Vikram Digwa tore off his turban. He messed up his hair to justify committing murder, and then his mom tried to hide the knife. You probably think, oh my gosh, Sikhs are really peaceful people. They just carry those knives because they want to spread love and joy. The Free Khalistan movement between 1947 and 1990 killed tens of thousands of civilians. They were responsible for the Air India Flight 182 bombing, which killed 329 people. In England, Sikhs can legally carry these Kirpan knives. Vikram Digwa was carrying a 9-inch blade. That's what he stabbed Henry Nowak with. If you were a white person carrying a 9-inch blade in the United Kingdom, you would go to prison. I can only thank God that there's some accountability here and the public knows about it. The body camera footage of Henry Noack's...
Yeah, babe. Yeah. All right, guys. I'm gonna call it. We got Here, I'll throw something at you real quick while I get. I'll be right back. Where's he at? Close. I'll just throw this on real
Man,
quick.
have I got a massive update for you on the Brick and Minifigs Mormon police controversy and cover-up happening right now in Utah. And before we listen to the American Fork-Tongue Police Department Chief Cameron Paul fib through his missionary teeth, more on the Joey Jammy Smithite aspect of this in a moment, let me very quickly get you up to speed. First, what the hell is Bricks and Minifigs? Until just a couple days ago, I didn't realize Bricks and Minifigs is a Lego resale franchise specializing in new and used Lego products. See, people can put their Legos on consignment with Bricks and Minifigs and make a little extra cash. In 2023, this guy, Brian Mansell, consigned his family's entire $200,000 Star Wars Lego collection to the Bricks and Minifigs franchise store in Salem, Kaiser, Oregon. This collection was over 20 years in the making and is alleged to be one of the most valuable single collections in the world. Brian signed a consignment agreement with then owner Crystal Law. The store would sell the sets and pay Mansell a commission. Per the contract, unsold sets remained Brian's property. And my understanding is that Brian's collection was so large that it made up more than half of Crystal's consignment inventory. Now enter this guy, Ammon McNeff. Ammon McNeff and his brother
See the
Matt
mustache?
own the BAM Franchising Corporation, which owns Bricks and Minifigs. In 2024, a year and a half or so after Brian consigned all of his Legos, BAM Franchising Corporation repossessed Crystal Law's store and terminated her franchising contract. New franchise owners, Joshua Johnson and Brandon Best, and BAM corporate muckety mucks refused to return the remaining collection or full payment, calling the consignment unauthorized. Brian Mansell says much of his property was kept or sold without payment. Now enter this guy.
All right. So you understood all that. We already went through all this. I just dropped that in real quick. But if you want to watch Here's the Deals, Brian Young take on that, there's a couple of videos he did on it too. All right, this is what I wanted to show you.
This won't just make you angry, it'll make you sick. Aid workers on a flotilla delivering food and medicine to Gaza were intercepted in international waters and kidnapped by Israeli forces. And what happened next is going to make you sick. This is Ben Gvir standing over kidnapped aid workers who were forced to their knees with their hands zip-tied behind their backs. He blasted Israel's national anthem at them.
He makes them all apparently pray to Mecca
while waving
next to the toilets
an Israeli flag and mocking them relentlessly. Women later reported being sexually assaulted while in custody. Some of the reports of sexual assault included the use of a handgun. Many others reported torture, psychological and physical. But who is Ben Gvir? Put in power by Benjamin Netanyahu, Ben Gvir is the Minister of Public Security and is the unfiltered raw version of Israeli supremacy. Ben Gvir was the primary force behind Israel's new death penalty for any Palestinian labeled a terrorist, even wearing a noose pin on his lapel. This is a man who celebrates the rape, murder, and torture of Palestinian prisoners, and most recently of humanitarian aid workers who he punished for the crime of feeding those Israel is trying to starve.
Could you imagine like that fat piece of shit, because he has so many people around him exerting his power over you? Could you not just see yourself like the rage? they're weasels, they're weak, they're pathetic, they're not strong. And if it ever got physical, and they know this very well, that's why there's so much surveillance and tech that's going to be standing between you and them, that you'll never get close enough to do anything to them because they would fall apart. They're weak little pieces of shit. But when they have the upper hand, they gloat, they're obnoxious, they're arrogant, they're all the things that cry for justice to settle the dispute, to basically balance the scales. It's so freaking irritating.
Here he is on camera saying, "Look at them. They aren't heroes. They are nothing." And then telling the guards, "Don't be bothered by their screams," with a grin on his face. Benjamin Netanyahu and other Israeli officials have condemned this action. But they are not angry because Ben-Gvir did it. They are angry because he showed the world who they truly are. But he didn't just do this. He wanted you to see it. And Gvir wanted you to know exactly what will happen to you if you stand up to Israel. The algorithm...
Oh, and by the way, they're here. Yeah, integrated. Isn't that nice?
...is suppressing my content. Fight back.
Yeah. Okay, right. Aye. You got a rabbi on a plane watching his watching their handiwork, porn.
And I said, "Hey, are you a man of God?" He goes, "Well, yes. I said, "Then why are you watching porn on your phone on the airplane?" And he scurried into the bathroom and ran away. He probably went down in a tunnel. Went back to New York. "Thou that makest thy boast of the law, through breaking the law, dishonorest thou God." Isn't it funny how the Jews and work salvationists, they boast about keeping the law as their means of salvation, but then they break the law? And they're actually super wicked and evil. "Thou that breakest the law." Verse number 24, here's the key. "For the name of God is blasphemed among the Gentiles through you, as it is written." You know what that means? Is that people in this world, they hear about God, they hear about Christianity, and you know what they constantly hear from liars? "Oh, the Jews are God's special chosen people. They're the apple of God's eye." The Jews over in Israel, the ones that are murdering kids, murdering women, but bombing hospitals, bombing schools, super violent. Oh, that's the people God really loves. And you know what people think in their mind? What kind of God is that?
It's their God. Yeah. Demiurge. Exactly. Saturn, Kronos, whichever you want to call them.
The name of God is blasphemed among the Gentiles through the Jews. It reminds me of one time I was on an airplane on Christmas Eve, and right in front of me was this Jewish rabbi. And it's
as opposed to the other types of rabbis. That's kind of redundant.
Christmas, and I'm just mad that there's this Antichrist in front of me. And so he's sitting in front of me on the plane. I'm kind of looking at this guy, and he's like scrolling on his phone.
Especially on a plane. I mean, you can't get away from their smell. They're not clean people. They don't do regular bathing. And they wear clothes that are inclement to their situation, so they're sweaty and gross.
What does a Jew do on their phone on a plane?
I got close to I didn't know her nickname was Broccoli. She was not attractive, but luckily I had plenty of Bacardi 151 that day. This is when I was still I just graduated not too long ago, or maybe it was like, I don't know when it was. It was my friend's high school graduation that I was at, and this person, I don't even know if he knew him. They just showed up with other people, and I got a little too close to this girl, and her filth rubbed off on me, and I could smell it on my arms and my hands. It was disgusting. Her filth was that thick that it stuck on me.
What is this Jew doing here? And you know what he started doing? In public, in front of everyone, he started watching adult videos in his full rabbi suit where children are around. I mean, what kind of a shameless dog would do something like that? To just have no fear of God, no fear of the law, no care for anyone else around you. You start watching this filth in an airplane, and you know what? People look at that and say, "That's God's chosen people? That's the special one?" And I got off the plane, I looked at this Jew, and I said, "Hey, are you a man of God?" And he goes, "Well, yes. I said, "Then why are you watching porn on your phone on the airplane?" and he scurried into the bathroom and ran away. He probably went down in a tunnel, went back to New York. Folks, that's not Baptist lore. That's a real thing that happened. My wife was there. And I'm just like, yeah, the name of God is blasphemed among the Gentiles through you. When you look at such a wicked piece of crap, and then we're supposed to be told, special, chosen, wonderful, lovely. But guess what? We are God's chosen people. And let it not be said of us that people look at our lives and that the name of God is blasphemed because we're wicked. That Christians are going out committing moral sin. That Christians are going around being an adulterer, being a thief, being an idolater, all these things, all these wicked sins. Let that not be said among us. We are to be holy. We are to be separate. I looked at this Jew.
Mm-hmm.
Israel have invaded Albania right now, which is a microcosm.
Oh my God, Albania on the list now. I wonder how Johnny feels about this.
Of the world right now. This is why you should pay attention to Albania at the moment, Vlora especially. And what's happened there is the Prime Minister, Eddie Rama, sold off a bunch of nature preserves in an island.
Why are they getting the nicest places? Why are they getting the nicest places? They're just going to ruin them. They're just going to destroy nature. They don't fucking have any respect for anything that's living. Look what they did to Patagonia. Do you see how beautiful that place is? What's the first thing they do? Burn it to the ground. Sell it cheap. They have no souls. They respect nothing because that would be like, that would kind of make them like us in this sense if they actually appreciated the place that they are in, if they appreciated what nature and God has provided for us to all enjoy. No, they made this whole system up where everything is exclusive to those who have this artificial shit that gives you access to everything in life. That's creating a false scarcity. You have to have this thing that they are, surprise, surprise, they control the divvying out of this thing. And if they think you have too much, they'll find ways of taking it all back from you. And if you cross them, they'll make sure that they take everything back from you and then some. So they only get to choose who gets to enjoy this realm that we're in to the fullest. And every nice place, it's theirs. It's theirs. Just because they said so. Are we done with this? Are we done with this system that they've created? Are we kind of fed up with it?
Island, or only island, to Jared Kushner for them to make this big resort for the elites. You can't.
So they're gonna tear that all apart, make it into a shithole, so that they can. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's awesome. Destroy the nature, destroy the ecosystem, and make hotels. And they don't. I don't seem to think that they care. I mean, I can't see how they could care about what the air quality is when they're burning down all the trees. There's something else about trees, and I wasn't able to find it, but there was this kind of an anecdotal thing where there was a guy who's buried, and there's an apple tree, and when they looked at the roots, it actually grown into like this guy's burial site, and the roots had intertwined through the person down his leg, all around, and into big roots going into his heart or whatnot. And basically, the nourishment for the tree was this person's body. Therefore, it was an apple tree. This apple tree that grew from him was like the transference of his life energy and the things that, I guess you could just say the nutrients, maybe, if you want to get rid of the spiritual part of it, into this tree. And then the person was like, and then look at all the giant trees that they cut down. Was that a way of like cutting the soul out of the earth because of how it, relies on the decomposed material of people and other animals and other life and mycelium and all that to grow in the first place? And then why they like to strip everything to make it into a desert? Because they're very thorough about hating life. I thought that was an interesting thought.
Make this stuff up. I mean, Jeffrey Epstein's island, that's what they're making right there on Sazan Island. And this nature preserve, it's called the Narda Nature Preserve in Zernex, the zone. and there's a beautiful monastery there. There's a bunch of history, medieval monastery, Christian Orthodox, and it's unbelievable. And the nature there, and like there's over like 200 species of birds, I believe, 5 endangered, pelicans, flamingos, and then you got sea turtles on the coast in the water, and they're just gonna ruin it because a bunch of rich people are not afraid of Albania anymore. They're not scared shitless of my country, and they want to come over there and enjoy the beaches and then make everything more expensive and then kick out more tourists, and then immigrants like me can't even go back to, I mean, right now it's cheap, right? But the prices are going up. Things are getting more expensive. Land's getting more expensive because you got all these rich people coming in that don't even care about my country, that don't want to speak the language, don't care about the culture, don't care about the people, and they're coming in because we got some nice beaches, right? Better than Greece and Italy. And it's because there's so little industry there, there's so little pollution. I mean, it's such a clean country. I mean, this is the downsides, and you know, of democracy and everything. I mean, since democracies came in, the place has become more polluted. This is a huge concern, and there's protests all over Albania right now, and everybody.
And since the cult and corporations come in, don't say since democracy. Democracy is mob rule anyway. That's not really the right way of presenting that, but there's always that lie that they tell so that they can have the freedom to do what they're going to do. So they break it down and exploit those freedoms for themselves. That's what those freedoms are presented to the people for, so that they can make use of them. And then what they do, they quickly turn you into a slave and a prisoner, because it's a dual, right? They have rules you don't. I mean, they make rules that don't apply to them, is what I was trying to say.
I mean, Albanians across the world are talking about this because we don't want, basically, we're going to end up like Palestine, right? Israel's just going to keep on moving in, buying more and more land. Now, it's interesting because they're not doing it through war. They're doing it through real estate. Very interesting, right? Money is going to be the new bullets at this point, right? Especially people don't do anything about it. They're going to take the island. They're going to take this nature preserve. What else are they going to take? I've already seen foreigners come through. More Albanians are leaving the country. None of this is good. And I'm saying you guys should pay attention to this, because this is what's happening in America right now.
Argentina, Venezuela. Let's see, where else? We've got New Zealand, potentially. Of course, what's going on in the Middle East, everybody. We already know what's going on there.
But people just gloss over it. It goes right over their heads. People are too busy with their own lives. But the thing is, there's going to reach a point when it's too late. And it's not too late right now. And thank God we have social media on our phones like this, because we can actually talk about it. This is very serious stuff, because it's already happened in Palestine. I mean, it's going to happen to where you live too. Israel has...
I'm like actually pissed about it. Like, anyways.
Obviously, he's a fag. Let's just get that out of the way.
This is Sesame Street's page on fucking Instagram. You can go to it. Why? Why kids? Why?
Why did they extend it to LGBTQIA? So like pedophiles, all that shit. Your Sesame Street. PBS, everybody, PBS.
What the fuck do kids have to do with this? What the fuck do kids know about this? Why are we allowing them to push this? Why? If people wonder, if the gay community actually sits there and wonders why straight America fucking is really starting to fucking hate them, really fucking hates that community, I am gay and I hate the fucking community. I can't fucking stand them. I can't stand this. And gay people, listen to me right now, they're doing this to you. A lot of you didn't.
Trading on the reputation of people like Jim Henson. This is what they do. They co-op things, they trade on the reputation, and they drive that reputation into the ground. Look at Ford Motor Company. Good things turn bad. This is dark mockery, and this is the level of hatred they have for everything that's ever been a positive in the world.
Ask them to do this for you for whatever reason. They think that this is being inclusive. This is making people hate you, because this is an immediate attack on their children Do you understand that? Can you just get that into your fucking heads for a minute? It's doing reverse of inclusion. It's making normal America, average America that doesn't give a fuck that you're gay as an adult. But now they've been tapping and tapping and poking into their kids for so long. They hate the gay community. Rightfully so. They should.
Did you see? Yeah, you mean like when they're naked riding on bicycles in front of kids? Well, also the parents have to be put down as well because they're the ones bringing them out to watch that parade. So it's a whole sick system that's going on there. It's a whole sick society.
Because I fucking do.
I can't listen to him anymore. He's retarded.
Arizona might start importing water from another state, and people are pissed about it. This is real, and it could have a bigger impact than most people realize. Here are 3 things happening right now, and the third one is where it gets messy. First, Arizona's water supply is shrinking. Cuts from the Colorado River are already happening, and the state is actively looking for new sources to keep up with growth. Second, one of the proposals on the table is to pump groundwater out of the California desert and pipe it into Arizona. Sounds like a solution, but it's been controversial for decades, with environmental groups and tribes saying it could dry up natural springs and damage entire ecosystems. And third, this is the part nobody's really talking about.
People aren't doing anything ever for the good of the nature or the human beings on it. So if it's not people, like communities, doing something to fix a problem, you better goddamn believe that regardless of all of their virtue signaling bullshit, it's either for a complete disregard of what the consequences are because they don't care, or it's a deliberate attempt to make things shittier for everybody.
About some of the...
What happened? Hear that? Hold on. Based on an email dated May 5th, Forefronted aims to act as a strategic gateway for the Taiwan Aeon Corporation, combining the legal and economic security of the United States with the industrial scale and co-effectiveness of Mexico. So this was just a way to show people that. So he's lit up with that, and he's like, bam, look at this. Let's read that again. Based on an email dated May 5th, Forefronted aims to act as a strategic gateway for the Taiwan Aeon Corporation, combining the legal and economic security of the United States with the industrial scale and co-effectiveness of Mexico. That it? That I had?
Federal action is very high.
Yeah. It's a day they've been preparing for, and with it, more action will need to be taken. Right now, the City of Phoenix Drought Management Plan is at stage 1, which focuses on educating the public on water conservation. It's a warning that water is running out, and it's worked, like homeowners getting rid of the grass in their yards and using more water-efficient appliances. But with these anticipated cuts at the federal level,
we cannot conserve our way out of the problem of this magnitude.
On Tuesday, the Water Services Department announced by the end of the year, Phoenix...
Hold on. It says, water rights is the project putting our long-term Colorado River allocation at risk. Is this project doing that? We need to ensure that the water security of Yuma's residents and farmers comes before industrial needs.
Will likely enter stage 2 of the plan.
Here too, man.
Where they will have to use backup water supplies to meet demand.
It may include things like additional...
So, yeah. Okay, so this is also attack on food. If you steal all the water off the freaking planet, wherever the hell you're putting it, you're siphoning it into the ground into something else that nobody else can access. Yeah. Another way to attack the food supply. They've already poisoned and they're cutting down all of nature so that animals won't even have a habitat. This is great. This is great. There will be no alternative forms of food. You'll only be able to eat what they're making, what they're producing, and what they're providing. Oh, no, yeah, by the way, there won't be anything in the stores either because no more fuel, so they say. So, mass starvation. Isn't that kind of like the MO? The modus operandi, the signature of Bolsheviks, of Jews, is to watch people suffer and starve to death. Isn't that what even Churchill did in India? Because of, at the behest of the Jewish banking cult, of course. And obviously, we know what the Bolsheviks did, and we also know what Mao did. There's a pattern here, and there's always Jews. There's Jews around Mao too. Mao was created by them.
Conservation education, expansion of water audits, incentives, and rebates to ensure efficient use of water.
It could also bring
Stop telling the other people how to use things when you allow fucking corporations to do whatever the fuck they want, and then we have to adjust our lives to them. You know, whatever this carbon bullshit was about, it was never about us driving our cars or pushing our lawnmowers. If you want to talk about things that spew out tons and tons of what they call greenhouse gases, one volcano does more of that in its nature, and it balances itself out eventually. One volcanic eruption does more than what all people on Earth up until this point have ever, contributed, and that's assuming that's actually a factor. But yeah, cutting down all the trees isn't a good thing. We're being murdered, everybody. It's going to happen. And it's going to when it starts happening, it's going to happen rapidly. And then there's going to be massive chaos as they're trying to disarm you so that the criminals can kill you more easily, without too much of a fuss.
Charges, meaning if someone uses...
It froze
Arizona
up.
might start...
It fucking froze up. That was okay. I like that. Texas Democrat wants a prison camp for American Zionists. A San Antonio Democrat running for Congress has proposed turning a federal immigration detention facility into an internment camp for American Zionists, and that is only the beginning of what she has been saying out loud. Maureen Galindo, a candidate in Texas's newly withdrawn 35th congressional district, faces a Democratic primary runoff next week against former, Johnny Garcia. All right. And blah, 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 blah. Galindo declared that she'll turn Carnes ICE Detention Center into a prison for American Zionists and former ICE officers for human trafficking. The same post described it's already liberal charge with the whole ICE. I mean, granted, if there are actually the IDF ones that are currently in ICE, yeah, sure. The same post described the South San Antonio facility as a castration processing center for pedophiles, which will probably be most of the Zionists. Okay, thumbs up on that. But again, who's going to declare that? And is that just a cover for what they're going to do just to regular people? And you're like, yeah, they're just getting the Zionists. The Carnes facility currently serves as an immigration detention center that the Trump administration has used to house migrants. This is not a one-off outburst. Galindo has built her campaign around the assertion that Garcia, her Democratic opponent, is a participant in human trafficking conspiracy orchestrated by billionaire Zionist Jews. She might be worth looking into. She has vowed to put him on trial for treason. Her broader worldview is a litany of anti-Semitic, logical observations, including the claims that Jewish Zionists control Hollywood, the media, and local politicians, which is exactly 100% true. Did I say Jew? I think it's actually the Zionists who are putting Jewish people at the most risk. Oh, here's that stupid thing again. Yeah. Oh, yeah, something, yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, then it's how standards, whatever. Doesn't matter. What? Yeah, the 5 Jews that aren't like the other ones because they're not actually following their religion. Those 5 are cool. Leave them alone. Those 5. I'm not gonna read the rest. You guys can look at it if you want. Nigga, please.
We got a racist lady here.
Hold on. We need it again.
In the Sam's Club. I asked for her help because my Sam's Club...
I be axing with my, what is it, like Minnie Mouse times, like Minnie Mouse here, Minnie Mouse there, with the fucking hair poofs. She's got her nose ring turned up inside her. Yeah. Oh no, she doesn't. She has dots instead. That's attractive. Don't film from down here when you have shit all up in your nose.
Membership had just expired, so I had 5
Your membership didn't just expire. You're fucking trespassing. Shut the fuck up.
items. I asked. this lady very nicely. Do you think you could help me? I'm gonna renew my membership soon. I'm just
If you have the money to pay for the shit, renew your membership when you go there the next time. That's how you do that. Otherwise, you're playing bullshit games and you're trying to get better prices for shit, and you just expect that you'd be able to get somebody to do what you ask because you're gonna pressure the race card on them and they'll just fold. And when the bitch said no, you're like, she's a Karen.
trying to purchase these 5 items for my kids or whatnot. She acted like she
And
just
whatnot.
couldn't help me, like it was just gonna hurt her membership for her tapping her membership just to help somebody out. It was rude and it was racist. You could have just said, no thanks, or this, that, and the third. Now she want to get.
She did. She gave you an explanation. She went above and beyond. She said, no, I don't want to. Yeah, no. Sorry, you random person, stranger, cunt bitch who was just trying to use me for something and didn't have any decency about you. No, fuck you. I probably would have said something a little bit more harsh. Like, aren't the homeless people supposed to be outside?
Calling people over here. I don't give a damn. Being a weirdo. You came over here to be a weirdo. She could have just said she didn't like
You
black
walked up to a stranger and she came over to you to be a weirdo?
people. Sorry, you don't like black people. I'm asking for her
I
help
would have said that. I was like, I don't like black people and no.
as a mom. And it's a shame. We got Karens
It's not that I
all
don't like black people. I don't like these people.
the time. Nobody is ever trying to help.
I don't go out of my way to like anybody, especially them. But I mean, that's like, if somebody's being kind, I'm not gonna be like, yeah, but you're still a nigger. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not that guy. That happens over on Crusaders. I don't do that.
So the lady didn't go out of her way to help you for no reason, and she's a racist and Karen.
There's kind of an energy here like, oh, I was just asking for help. She was supposed to help me. Like, there's like solidarity, like, well, people got to help each other and come together. But if you say no, then you're a fucking racist and a Karen. Like, there's not really much solidarity to have with these people. It's just, we got to stick together. We got to stick together. Like this. But it all flows to me.
And by stick together, you do everything I say. Otherwise, I will accuse you of things that people don't like to be accused of in public. And then you get right on your phone and babble about it while you're still in the store. Maybe you should have spent that time, bothering somebody else to do the thing. Like, what is she holding up right now?
We got to stick together, but it's you helping me right now.
Yeah.
And I never return the favor.
So entitled. I guarantee you she never had she doesn't have a card. She thought she'd go, them chickens, them rotisseries at $4.99. They all gonna be up in there for that.
Yeah.
And you're racist if you don't.
We don't live in a high trust enough society anymore to just do favors for people. I don't know what you're going to do with that. I don't know who you are. And then that lady's like, oh, we all need to help each other out. When was the last time you think she helped somebody?
Of course, never.
But she's racist because she didn't want to give me free shit.
We got a racist lady here.
Too bad. Yes, and she said the motion jerk thing. Oh, I was getting it for my kids. Bitch, we pay for your kids to eat. And then you want extra. You want more from us. Fuck off. Fuck the fuck off. Reparations have already been paid over to what you owe us back. It's called welfare. Testify. Saw that one. I'm kind of done. I'm just going to call it. It's been way too long. So you see. All right. Scroll. And then where it says that, you can follow the Italian Unk channel. That'd be cool. But make sure that tomorrow, this 10% off is done, kids. Get your 10% off now before it drops down to 6. SemperFryLLC.com. Oh yeah, you should become an FTJ GoPro member. It doesn't do anything for me, but you should GoPro over there. It's $5 a month. Yes, it's still going to work on that system, and the only way you're going to be able to watch the videos after, I guess it was yesterday, is if you're a pro member. Okay? I'm going to start putting premium stuff on there and back on my Patreon. Just to incentivize you fuckers. Just kidding. So Mem10, 10% off. SemperFryLLC.com. Click. I'll do my intro tomorrow too. I'll put those videos on. I just forget. Semperfry, here it is. The one you want to pay attention to if you want the 90 essential nutrients to be super healthy. That's where everything starts, where everything begins. Obviously, don't eat crap either, but here, take this. Whole Food Multivitamin, right here. Okay? The Alaskan cod liver oil, right there. Boom. That's the one that you want. Scrolling. The Fulvic-Humic blend. Absolutely need this. You. Remember, code is BB5. BB5. Bravo. Bravo. Hooray. 5. Next is, I fell, is the IP6 Supreme with inositol. That's all your magnesium, calcium, and phosphorus in an absorbable form. Most calcium, you only get like, especially the crap they buy at the store, the big ass pills are like, oh yeah, look at, I got all that calcium. 8% absorption rate. It's like trying to suck something out of a rock. Not good. All right, then if you also are a superstar and you want to exceed, you want to excel, you want an extra star on the board. You know, those ticker stars always meant a lot to you when you were younger. Then you would get the core copper and probably the whole food C complex too. And just look around. There's other stuff out here. You can just code BB5 on everything. There's let's see. Let me see this. So yeah, the unflavored one is also here. This is the lemon one. It is available. And it says 2,400 milligrams. It's just wrong. It's 1,200. When they put it back on the site, they screwed that up. Getting this bottle means it could potentially get oxidized, but it is about 2/3 the cost if you look at it that way, because it's about 3 of these bottles in one of these bottles. Yeah, okay. Well, then you have to measure it all out too, and then you have to taste it too. Whereas the gel cap, you don't have to taste it, but it's there. It's there if you want it. This cinnamon one, I think I might throw up if I had cinnamon fish, but it is whatever. Is the beef flavor back in stock? It is. Sweet. Oh, you can get real beef flavor here too. Canine meats. There's the core copper kids, because that has beef flavor in it a little bit too. Like this guy right here. Beef liver, grass-fed. Neat. 100% grass-fed, organic prairie meats. All right. Well, there you have it. And then, remember the hot sauce. And the creatine, also discounted. Spicy honey, you should totally get that. All right. That's it. You guys have a great day. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, and remember, Dr. Glidden. Is it already Tuesday? Today's already Tuesday? God damn it. So, sadly, my family is going to be gone doing errands and projects and stuff like that early tomorrow, which means I'm going to try to get up early as well. I'm going to still do the elliptical tonight, but I'm going to try to get up as early as I can tomorrow and really do some heavy duty stuff. I want to make some videos for my Awesome Hot Sauce channel, and I also want to be back out here to do some content for you guys, which I obviously will, but I might actually go on a second time after the Dr. Glidden show is over. So if you're not aware, I got this thing here. It's got 1,100 and something subscribers. And this is the most recent one I did today. Put coupons work on that because you're getting I was talking a little faster, but that's it right there. And look, my links work here because they know who I am. They pretend like they don't know who I am when I'm on the same IP address. It's stupid. So stupid. But anyway, yeah. So could be. Anyway, there you have it. I'm going to do some sauce related stuff, maybe some fun stuff, but also the Italian Unk, as you know. I guess I have to go over here for that one. Let's see if it actually pops up when I do it like this. No? There's an Italian CEO? God damn it. What the fuck is that? There I am. See? There it is. Cool. So I'm going to be adding some more of that to that tomorrow too, because I'll have some time. I hope I've got sauces to make, but that's going to be priority too. All right, now you know. You should follow that channel though. Only 90 have done so far. I know Alex did. They're saving the Bull Gravano on my YouTube channel. This one has like 100,000 views. Look at that hair. That's awesome. Oh man, I missed that. Was before my time. I was little, maybe, probably, but where's that? It's gotta go. How do you do the search from within the thing? There we go. 107,000 views 5 years ago. Boom.
Nice family.
There. See, there's my hot sauces and that same with Bulgarvano. So I reposted it up here. 129 views versus 107,000. There's a little bit of a variance there. All right. That's it. Support yourself. Support your health. Get the 90 essential nutrients right there. Code BB5. And this is a quick link to this Rumble channel for Dr. Glidden stuff. I'll be probably posting. I'll probably be going live on this side tomorrow as well as the Ballbusters channel. Dun, da, da, da.